Well, hello, hello, hello. Good morning to all of you. Happy I think we're on Thursday, right? I think we are. Good morning, Forever Army, Kim. I was in a comment section with someone. We were talking about how Seth's narrative regarding Sebastian Gaiman has been all over the map. Yeah. Yeah, which brought great concern when many of us seen there was a they're saying teenager, and I don't like that they're saying teenager because the guy was 19 years old, right? So we're gonna get into that. Hold on. We gotta get that up. How's everybody doing this morning? Hey, Linism, Froggy, Arctic Fox, Linda Lou. I realized, hey, Caroline, I think I realized what's going on here. Marie, I think I realized what's going on here. I think there are people that are trying to distract. And ask yourselves why for the distraction. Why are there people that are so adamant to keep eyes and conversation off of Seth Rogers, right? Miss L, good morning. I hope you had a good birthday, Lucia. Hey, Toe Beans, Sharon, good morning, good morning. Girl next door, Mrs. Fletcher, Red, Pristine. Number 26. Let's get those thumbs up as you're coming in the door. You see it, Kim? I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Hey, OG Fish, good morning. Now, next three, good morning. I hope not. Last week I felt like there was going to be a break. Now I don't know. Yeah. Poetic Justice and Gary. I don't know either. I don't know what's going on either, Jill. I just know we are 4 months and a day in. There's no actual leads. There's no actual signs of Sebastian anywhere at all. Every single time the focus goes to Seth, a distraction comes. That's true. Hey, Half Sour. It was nice. Went to the steakhouse, had a great dinner. Yay, I love that. Gypsy, you see the man? Yes, that is what we are going to talk about today. Mm-hmm. And I don't like the fact that a lot of headlines are saying, let me look at that now. I normally don't look at tags because people are so nasty. Life Rewind it. Let me see. I don't even know how to get to mentions. Hold on. Oh, I'll tell you what. Oh, I love that. Life Rewind it. Thank you so much. It's actually adorable. Thank you. But you also remind me why I don't look at mentions. People are nasty and weird and obsessive. To the point where I can't even look at mentions because if it's not one, it's the other, and it's all day and night, and it gets to be a little too much. So, but that was really cool. Thank you so much for that. Good morning, Rue. Good morning, Alan. The Jennifer Coffendorfer interview was telling me with Seth talking about Sebastian Gaiman online and how come it's changed so much, right? It went from no, he didn't play games where there was anybody else, just one person, the whole like Batman, Spider-Man type of things. And then it turned to, well, no, he did, but he played on my account. And then it turned he said he didn't have headphones, so he wouldn't have been able to chat anyway. And then it turns to, well, he did have headphones, he did have a headset. So why does it keep changing? And what is really going on? So right here we have disgustingly, I don't know why, like I said, some are labeling it, oh, a teenager. An Illinois 19-year-old charged after Hendersonville investigation into actual exploitation of a minor. Does anybody else remember? Does anybody else remember when they had, what's his name? Oh, you guys don't see it. When TBI did an entire investigation around the same time that Sebastian disappeared, that was really, really weird. So let's pull this up. Hold on. All right, let's look at this article here. Apparently, the guy on charges just happens to be an online gaming friend of Seth's. Is this why Ellie hasn't given back his electronics? How do we know he's an online gaming friend of Seth's? I do know that Seth said he had a friend from the same area, Uncle Taco. You would have to commit a physical crime in the area, not online. That's what I'm thinking, Kathy. I want to know. But we don't know if this is him. All right, so they don't sell short of their ads on these, do they? Like, even right here again, some are saying a teenage man. This one's saying a young man. Listen, I wouldn't give a shit if it was a teenager. I wouldn't even care. The fact of the matter is, this is a predator. And thank goodness he was caught sooner than later. He'd have a lot more victims. Twanda, I really appreciate you giving me that little backstory there. But I also do wonder, do you ever come and participate to not add into some type of negativity? Put my kid back in school. What are you talking about? You surround yourself with harnessers like yourself. Jess, put your kid. First off, let me tell you something, Twana. Don't ever address me like you're my friend. My name is Granny to you, okay? Don't you dare ever mention my kids. And what are you talking about? Put my kid back in school. It's summertime. I love people like you that comment how kids should always be left out of it, right, Twanda? But there you are, bringing my child into it. I have a child that graduated, and the other one is summer break. What are you doing? It's probably another Seth Rogers distractor, right? There's something wrong with you. Like, I was supposed to know who Life Rewinded is. Laurie, yesterday exposed you took your kid out of school after I relapsed? What are you talking about? After I relapsed, my child was taken out of school. Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh, it's the real one, Mel. It's the real one. Let me tell you something. You weird bitch. Let me tell you something. You got a lot of nerve. You got a lot of nerve. And so does Laura. Let me tell you something, Laura. You got a lot of nerve too. First off, my daughter got help through school with a program because of her issues. Nothing to do with me or mine. Nothing. I've been in recovery for a very long time. I think anybody who admittedly puts their child in a shower with a man to see if he's a predator has no business judging anybody else's parenting. I'm not telling you all who she is because she's just looking for attention. Just know she comes from Brittany J. Just know that. Right. Why do they keep doing that? Why do they keep doing that? Somebody that locks the fridge so her kid can't eat. You want to talk about children? And this is what I'm talking about, because don't they always say, Pristine, they don't talk about children? Don't they always say that? Leave kids out of it? And you see how, once again, they have to come in, speak about my children, and try to throw me off my game. Okay, so now that we got that noted, moving forward, we got more serious topic than whatever you little sad people want to talk about. This guy was arrested. Do you see this? The gaslighting these people do? You just put a 1 in the chat if you're seeing it, because this is what they do. They talk about my children. They come in my chat. They bring up my children. And then they turn around and they tell me not to speak about children. Do you guys say it? I've been dealing with this for over a year now. This is exactly what I deal with. A lot of people are seeing you people for exactly who you are. It is truly amazing. I want you all to also ask yourselves, why does Seth Rogers do this? Is he afraid that we're getting close to something? But you see who's doing it to who, right? That's truly amazing. And this is all the time. So back to our topic. This guy, this predator was busted. Appreciate you. I have no doubt this correlates in some way. I'm searching more on him. No need to explain. It's commendable to have worked this hard in rehab and be where you are. Keep going. Their troll game is 2011. Thank you so much, Gypsy. It is so 2011. It's so pathetic and pitiful and begging for attention. I agree, Laura Lulu, but don't even write her name. After everything, if you guys ever need a place to look at to get a little history on these people, check out Makeup Mobster. You'll learn all you need to know. Of course she is, and she has to pay people to even acknowledge her. But I'm just glad everybody saw it for themselves. Yes, the guy arrested was online friends with Seth. How was she? All right, I'll have to find that out. This guy does sound interesting. Could make sense that he was around Sebastian went missing and was in contact with Sebastian through online contact and gaming. And don't forget, when Sebastian disappeared, TBI started an entire investigation. I know, Chloe Daniels. I know. There's a whole large crowd that are fully aware of who and what Laura is. It amazes me that you guys just witnessed it again firsthand, the gaslighting they do. They come in, they make up some lie pertaining to my daughter who just graduated high school. So how was she taken out of school if she just graduated high school? And then they bring up, recovery or drug addiction, and they try to make that into a thing. And then when you respond, they say things like leave kids out of it. Right? Like it's just literally, it's been their MO for months now. This is what they've done. So this guy over here is a real disgusting guy who is being extradited back to Hendersonville. So not just, Tennessee, not just, Sumner County. But whatever she said wasn't true, Chloe, because my daughter, again, graduated high school. So I don't know what Laura thinks she shared, but all the things she has put out there about her personal life pertaining to her kids, I don't think she has any business. It is speculation. I don't know if there's any connection there yet. Hey, Julie's. So he's being extradited back to Hendersonville, which is very concerning. So the charges against Mucklock include 20 counts of especially aggravated sexual exploitation of a minor, 1 count of solicitation of a minor, and 1 count of continuous sexual abuse of a child. Did anybody else notice that Laura starts with me the moment that she see me over on QBs? Girl, you're so transparent. Hey, Cotton Candy. Hello, Winnie. He had to have been physically in Sumner at some point. And I did see people over in Jay's were making a connection that during one of the videos pertaining to Sebastian, there was a license plate, an Illinois license plate. Yep, and he's lied to us, River House. I agree, Chloe. And she's going to do so with the same people that dislike her. And I love that for her. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. That's what she does, Genevieve. She talks all the trash on everybody and then runs to them when she needs somebody. So anyway, they're really trying to distract us. They're really trying to distract us. And it's worked because there's so much I want to say right now, and I'm just trying to move forward. Right, because when somebody has that many subscribers, over 20K, and you're lucky if you get 100 people in chat, that's pitiful. And if you have to use my name, baby girl, to get yourself up there, then bless it. Then bless it. I hope it works out for you grandly. Just know these people don't like you. They've never liked you. You have no business judging parenting at all. Don't bring up my kids ever again, Laura. Don't do it. Don't do it. And then again, right? They say they don't do these things. They say that Granny's the big bad wolf because I lost my crap and finally responded the same way they attack. And then I'm the big bad guy. That's all right, though. You guys say it. He absolutely had. Right, Chloe Daniels. Doesn't that tell you a lot? But they don't use kids. They don't go after kids. I've made this all up in my head, Chloe. I'm the bad guy. The Hendersonville Police Department. Oh, wait. So, police announced on June 26th he's currently being extradited to Sumner County. Well, in order to be extradited, he had to have committed the crime in that area. But she showed her ass because the first thing she did was bring up my daughter, my minor daughter, and start a lie. Everyone says don't bring up kids, and everyone brings up kids. Yeah, that's the truth. It is like high school, and it sucks. It sucks, Grandma T. It's absolutely ridiculous. But how come every time we're live talking about this, they have to come in? They have to come in and do this. You guys think Laura knew me in 2008? Like, honest to God, do you think she knew me? How about 2018? What was that, 7 years ago? That would have meant my daughter was in elementary school. You think a child was removed from elementary school? Anyway, these people have a real obsession with children. Ask yourselves that. And what is it that every time we talk about Sebastian Rogers, 2 years ago, that is an absolute lie. That is an absolute lie. She absolutely lies. This is also the person that downs drug addicts until she wants to use the death of somebody close to her, and all of a sudden she was also a drug addict. Anyway, I digress. We're seriously moving on. The Henderson Police Department encourages parents to closely monitor their children's use of social media platforms and other communication methods. This is due to the increasing trend of actual predators using social media and phone apps to lure minors into illegal activities. So, again, this means that this guy was using the internet to lure these children in. We know without a doubt that Sebastian had unlimited, non supervised internet access. 20 charges, store. 20. Strange where their focus is. I guess they forget the easiest rule. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Yep, Scooter. Thank you, Kayla. Is this it's the guy a Hendersonville man? No, he's an Illinois man, but for whatever reason, he's been extradited back to Hendersonville, which means that the crimes were committed there. He had to have done something there to get put there. They just proved my point, Caleb, but thank you. I don't know. I don't know. But I do know, like I said, it was weird that the TBI started an investigation into online predators right when Sebastian disappeared as well. Thank you, Twiddle. Thank you. I mean, a few months back, well, I'll do a different stream on it. But a few months back, Laura tried to accuse me of making some dumbass video of her farting. Her mods have been doxing me and going after my children and all of that for months now. So there's no surprise that she jumps on this bandwagon in hopes of getting herself a little extra views with what? The same people that hate you. Like, you're pathetic, Laura. I could go join Makeup Mobster. I can go join what's that other one's name? Comes up on my thing a lot. There's plenty of people that speak about you on the daily that we could go join and support their channels. You want to get dirty and bring up kids. You people crack me up. Leave kids out of it, except for grannies. I'm so tired of people acting like my children don't matter. That's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of people saying leave kids alone, but having no problem when it's mine being attacked. It's the first thing that drunk did when she came in here, is bring up my daughter and a lie on me and my children. But that's okay. So where do these children go? We know that when TBI did their investigation, right, Grandma T, they said they still had victims of online predators that they haven't been able to get contact with, that they haven't acknowledged. Illinois. What am I saying? Illinois. I am Illinois. Okay, thank you. I think they want a distraction because if this guy is friends with Seth, then it could be on his watch. Yep, keep in mind, Sebastian's gaming system was never given back to him. Why not? Seth is in and ask if his friend is Illinois, has been interviewed. He wanted to answer. Ain't that interesting? He didn't see him for weeks before he went missing, so he obviously had internet access. Well, like I said, they just brought up, I know, because she kept bringing up numbers and stuff, Miss Liverbird, you know. That's what they go against me every time, Scooter, because they know that's going to get the nasty response, right? Brings out the mama bear in all of us, doesn't it? And they shoot for that. They shoot for that so that they can then say, look how gross she is, but they'll never tell you what they did to get that response. Uncle Taco. How do we know this wasn't Uncle Taco on the screen? Uncle Taco. He had access to Seth. Seth left him there at night. What kid won't get online? He played with the guy. Well, that's what he was used to doing, right? When he's over at his father's house, what he does is he watches movies and he plays video games. Movies and video games. That's all he did. And he'd be alone for 10, 12, 16 hours at a time. I'm trying, AT. I'm just saying, they first thing she did was bring up my children, and then a commenter says, don't bring up children. Well, don't bring up mine. Mine are minors, okay? Don't bring up mine. Right, then Seth would come home. He'd be exhausted from working those shifts, so he'd turn around and go to sleep. So he was left. Two mothers losing their children. The Rogers are middle class. Wells, in my opinion, nothing makes sense. She has been, Beth. Let's hope this gets her numbers up a little bit. How was he talking to them at home, though, if that's what happened? Why do y'all refuse to believe they're culpable? What do you mean, if that's what happened? How was he talking to them at home, though, if that's what happened? I don't know what you're saying, Up. That contacted Chris and Katie's as well, so that's where I have issues. Yeah, of course. But his internet access at Katie and Chris's was monitored, supposedly. Supposedly. Who's to say he didn't have that second device his dad said he was going to give him? Who's to say he didn't learn how to sneak onto the internet or connect to a hotspot where they wouldn't have, their eyes on what he was doing? Oh, that was one of her mods. See, they don't want to bring up Laura's dirty skeletons. It's funny, these channels labeled themselves true crime from the beginning, yet I'm knocking them out of the water. So what do they have to do? Try to drag me down to drama to try to get some attention off of me. Laura gets envious when she sees anybody else with views that she just can't seem to get past that 100 mark. I love when JP says, "Hi, True Taxi." Names off the 3 people. Wow, 30 months. Holy hell, look at us. Girl. The Seth monitor is computer access. No, he said he didn't believe a child deserved to have somebody breathing down their neck. You know what I'm saying, Cotton? That must hurt their little egos. 20K subs, you get 200 in chat. That's like 2%. That's sad. All right, that's why we're going to move on. BB and JB. Just give her our prayers. Poor thing. Hey, Naomi. Good morning. What was she so stressed about yesterday? That made get. She is funny. Hey, capital K. The math ain't mathin'. The math is screaming. Who got offline, Music City? I'm sorry. You think he was lured out? Hey, Kelly. Lured out by somebody? Right. Is this your friend, Seth? Come out and answer. Where are they at? Where are they at? Where is Seth Rogers and Tony and everybody when this break-in information comes out that is very close to where, excuse me, Sebastian was? In Sebastian's neighborhood. Good morning, TTT Sharon. Use the Wi-Fi from the other house next time. Well, remember that weird video that came out, Alan? I'm not too sure that video isn't Crimson. Rewind to the beginning. You'll see. They immediately came in, brought up my children, and then gaslit me and said, "Don't bring up kids." It was truly impressive. But given that I think the woman that wrote that needs her own visit to a rehab center, I'm just going to add her to my steps and pray for her. I think it could very well be a way more simple answer than we think. What if he was just lured out by anybody? What if he was playing a video game and somebody said, "Hey, come meet me at this time"? And he's not doing anything. And that's the weird thing about it. He is absolutely not doing anything. Do you see Tony super chatted trying to take a low blow at Seth? I'm sorry, Chris. So you mean to tell me this man, TikTok Tony, hasn't said anything since exposing himself, has been literally silent. We have the possibility that Caleb's body was found. But Tony comes out of hiding to send a super chat to go at the Proudfoots. My 15-year-old niece was lured by a 36-year-old man who claimed to be 18. Oh my goodness. Through the internet. Oh. I was blessed when a stranger knocked on my door with my 3-year-old daughter at 10 p.m. She found I thought she was asleep in bed. She's now 23. You think he was lured out? I just think there's something. I just think there's something going on. I don't believe that Sebastian was monitored as closely online as they're telling us. And then when the more time went on and the more they spoke, we start to find out that starts to fall apart, right? And he wasn't quite being watched the way they said he was being watched. There was nobody monitoring over this child's internet access. You know what I'm saying? Like little by little, pieces of the puzzle started coming out that told us that they were lying to us. I think that's weird. Let me get this video up because I still find this video to be very bizarre. Hold on. Wop, 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 wop. I'm going to do my dance. Give me just a second. I can't think of the channel name right this second. See if it comes up. Oh, I got it. Okay. See, I'm at a point where I'm just side-eyeing everybody. Why isn't anybody pleading? Why isn't anybody looking? Why did life just move on like nothing happened? Where is this child? Hey, heart of glass, half full. No, which is part of the reason, unfortunately, yep, that they did that immediate big ground search that they did, because they said Sebastian would not be able to find his way back home without assistance. Well, don't forget, the police never confirmed that Sebastian was barefoot. That's one thing they wouldn't say. But they said, actually, he said opposite. I'm not going to say that he was barefoot. I mean, that's weird. All right, here we go.
In the Sebastian Rogers case, you will most likely be aware of a video that was floating around online. The video originated from this channel called Sebastian Rogers. It was posted back in January of 2024, about a month and a few days before Sebastian went missing.
February 26th, right? February 26th. But on January 24th, somebody with the name Sebastian Rogers uploaded this video right here.
Don't know if that's really Sebastian or not. The coincidences are very interesting. The video shows someone that doesn't really seem familiar with the internet logging on to the Wi-Fi, capturing a video of a lady all while hiding or standing under something. We've been digging into this and saw this container at Katie's mother's house that seemed to match the color of the metal in the video. Many thought that could possibly be it. However, some of you asked me to look at T-Rev's channel where Seth popped on, and guys, I couldn't believe it. He came on and stood under a type of porch which matched the one in the video. At least the color is exact.
All right, so now I disagree with that. The porch was not the same at all. You can tell there's a stark difference in the two porches. But this was Michaela and T-Rev's house as they were fighting. Right, they wouldn't tell us everything, Grandma T. That's for sure. And why, you're right. Why did the police stop searching? Do they know something different? I agree with you, Ashley. And the fact that they try to convince us they did is where we should be worried. Right. It's brown. No. You don't
Exactly the
say.
same. Look at it side by side. From this angle, it looks like the video was taken exactly here. But then who is the lady? Could it be Katie dropping off Sebastian at Seth's place? According to what Chris Proudfoot told Emma at Crime Stories Obsessed, if Sebastian had a channel, then it was started at his father, Seth's house.
Ooh.
What caught my attention is when Seth was at...
I honestly thought the Cornbread Mafia was a joke. Oh, welcome, Sunflower Girl. Thank you. Oh, Lord is right. Oh, Lord is right, Rue. That's not the same at all. I know. They're like, there's wood. They would come right out and say their 15-year-old has absolute monitored internet access all times. And I agree with you, Op. And then if you go by the fact that that slowly changed and we started getting more and more answers, like when Katie says, oh, I found out that he Googled Taylor Swift. Well, you didn't know that from the jump? Hey, Kimberly. I said from the moment Seth says Sebastian had been gaming at his house, that had to be an online related, especially when Seth got upset about not getting electronics back. Well, Flickr, and you have to add in some of the things that we heard. I know we don't like to. I know nobody likes to. But we have to remember what Seth told us that Chris said. I think it is important. And it's such a taboo topic that people want to roll over it. But unfortunately, it's a topic that is a huge part of this puzzle here.
Asked to look at the video that was posted in January 2024. I mean, it's only 9 seconds and could potentially be his son. He said that he had to go. He then went off the stream and asked T-Rev to just send it to him. Didn't seem very interested in seeing it, which really surprised a lot of people. Maybe he is tired of the BS that keeps circulating, but I would have loved to hear his thoughts on that video.
See, I kind of disagree with you there, Grandma T, and I'll tell you why. Because I believe for me, it was more of a babysitting tool for Seth. I think Katie had Sebastian doing different activities. You know, he did chores, the homework, the whole. So, but I can see why people would feel that way. I just think there's something weird going on with all of them at this point. Is it? Oh, no, not that one. Hold on. Is this the one I just played? Oh, it's not. It's the one I meant to play. I apologize.
Very, very interesting. Firstly, let's talk about Sebastian's online activity. Katie and Chris say Sebastian never played online at their house. They're not sure what he did at his father's house, though. Seth says he allowed Sebastian.
There was just a my gosh, what was that little boy? 12? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a little boy who was who took his own life because because he faced sextortion, whatever, however you say it online. That's sad. He was 5 when Tube. He was 5. Yeah, the little boy that took his own life was 12 years old because he met somebody online that said he was a girl that sent him photos. Turned around and told him to get on Snapchat and send photos back. He did, and then they blackmailed him about those photos and told him he had to come up with X amount of money before those photos were sent to everybody he loves. And the kid couldn't handle it, so he took his own life. Oh.
To play Warfare, but with selected people like Seth's friend and Chris, too. Chris denies ever playing with Sebastian, though. Anyway, look at this that has been going around since yesterday. Now, this may be reaching, but I still think it's worth sharing. This channel called Sebastian Rogers was created on the 15th January 2024, so about a month and a few days before Sebastian vanished. The video was posted on.
And listen, I don't know. I don't know, but the fact of the matter is Sebastian Rogers, is that a very common name? Is there a lot of young boys with the name Sebastian Rogers? Oh, Ashley, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. They do. They do. That's one of the biggest reasons for young unaliving. Oh hell. They just busted over here in the PA Poconos. They just busted an operation where there were women and young women being tied up and hidden. Obviously part of a ring. Couldn't fully let past the divorce, feelings for Katie to fully concentrate on what was best for his son. I agree. And I feel like that's still what's happening to this day. They are still more focused, or he's still more focused on Katie and bad-mouthing her than getting the word out about Sebastian. Seth Rogers had an unlimited amount of airtime from many big, huge channels and news broadcasts where he could have spread awareness on Sebastian, and instead, he told all of us how horrible Katie was as a mother.
On the 16th January, there is only one video on this channel with no title. My first thought, someone that is not used to using the internet and can only sign on certain times or something like that, maybe being a bit sneaky. Here we see this person logging onto their Wi-Fi. Now, it also looks like whoever is taking this video is hiding under something. under a house? Or what is that? Does that lady look like Katie Proudfoot, or am I seeing things? In light of Sebastian's disappearance, I think it's very interesting and would be such a coincidence if there's a channel called Sebastian Rogers and shows someone like hiding somewhere and logging onto the internet. I don't know. Just thought I'd share and get your guys' opinions. Take a look.
So first it shows us that they're sneaking on to a new Wi-Fi network. Okay, they're sneaking on to a new network. That's weird. Well, what it says here is connect your Wi-Fi to network, use Wi-Fi name password, print on the bottom of the gateway to connect to your devices. Yeah, so it's connected to a new device. This is the weird video that was taken. Somebody's hiding underneath and just filming this woman. Okay, this is weird. It's weird. It was uploaded under the name of Sebastian Rogers, connects to the device, then it does. This is a weird video. Who is this lady? Is this Katie's mother? Why is she being spied on? Rather, we believe this is really comes from a YouTube channel named Sebastian Rogers. I just think is odd. Right? Where is he? You know, I'll be honest with you, PB&J. I understand why people are getting frustrated. I do. I understand why people are getting annoyed with all three parents. I totally understand it. Who's the person under the porch? I don't know. The YouTube channel name is Sebastian Rogers. Oh, that's awesome, Jill. I would love that. Thank you, Cotton. Looks like it's from under a deck. There is 3 Wi-Fi near me without password. Wow. There's none near me. People are stingy with theirs. So we got all this going on, right? And then we find out there was an operation. There was a sting. I think he said it wasn't his son, to be fair. We find out TBI comes out again with that presser. And in the press, they tell us that they started an operation for online predators around the same time Sebastian disappeared. They mentioned that they found victims, that they were still looking for other victims that were part of the online predators. No, unfortunately, there's not. I'll tell you what, Candace, he's not. It is the only thing keeping Sebastian's name out there, to be honest. As sad as that is, it is actually helping him because it is the only thing keeping his name out there. Now, Betty, another one that works with Seth Rogers, right? Another one that moderated what is a suspect in a crime. I don't care if you think the Proudfoots are innocent, if you think Seth Rogers is innocent. The police have never came out and stated any of these parents are innocent. Not one of them. Nobody should be that parasocially connected to suspects of a crime that they moderate them in their channel. It should never happen. It's weird. It's so unprofessional. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still so annoyed with what I was told. I'm trying to like stop thinking about it, but it keeps crossing my mind. I mean, the audacity to claim my daughter dropped out of school when she was 12 years old just makes me sick. Makes me sick. That would have meant she dropped out when she was in the 6th grade. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? So Betty's over there acting like the whole fool that Betty is, right? And this is what Betty does. Betty is another one that is looking to distract. Look at the timing of Betty coming out. Look at the timing of Betty going to Tennessee. Not only was she 4 months late going to search, but she never searched, not 1 minute. Well, then that's stupid because I relapsed in 2018 for like a week, and then I've been in recovery again ever since. I relapsed after 6 years of being clean. It is, Kayla. I still don't think that's a good enough reason, Callie Dime. I don't. You can check their channel without moderating them. The person is a suspect. A suspect. I agree, Cheese. So Betty does this whole big, crazy nonsense, and she's being chased by the Bower Sox and doing all these things. Steps in Mod and Justin's too. Oh Lord, bless it. Bless it. You know what's amazing about that is if anybody turned around and moderated Chris or Katie, these same people would be screaming about it, right? Right, we're supposed to believe he spent thousands on free flyers, but I want to know why he's looking to distract. How does Seth know after 3 days that he would need a GoFundMe? Did he, we have people coming in saying, his own best friend came out and told everybody that Seth paid off Michaela's mortgage or bills, because we don't know if it was mortgage, but paid off her bills with the money everybody else gave. I know another person debunked it and said that's not true. I want to know what is going on with the police. Do they have any leads? Are they looking anywhere? She's going to search when she gets back from the rally in Virginia. Yeah, so she definitely just used the fact that the Trump rally was in the same area to pretend she was going for Sebastian so that her audience would pay for it. That's totally what she did. So somebody had a theory, and you guys tell me what you think of this. Good morning, Diana. It is. Is what she always uses it for. So I'm going to read this theory to you, and you all tell me what you think. Is it possible? Let's say this person that was arrested in Illinois was connected. They're not really wanting to get involved up. I believe this person's going to figure out that maybe Michaela took money from both of them, is my honest opinion on that. I think maybe they come to that realization, so they're not willing to put themselves out in the line of fire for it. So if the person arrested in Illinois connected to the crimes in Hendersonville, if they're part of the Sebastian case, here's a few thoughts. Exactly, Kim, Margaret. I'm so sorry that you've experienced that, as have I. And that seems that there's a few things these people always go to when they're coming at me, especially if I haven't been responding to them, they go lower. And that includes going after my children, my recovery, my health. And it's the same 3 things back to back to back, because they know they're the 3 things I'm passionate about that will more than likely spike a response out of me. Hence why drunken Tawanda came in here today and immediately brought up my minor daughter with a lie. But they're the ones that want you all to believe they don't talk about kids, y'all. This is only the 3rd time I've been over here on my own channel doing my own thing, and I've had these people come in here speaking on my children to then convince you all that I'm the bad guy that speaks on kids. It is infuriating. My daughter, right, Kayla. In high school, my daughter had personal issues. She was being bullied. My daughter was being bullied and she was being physically assaulted by the same group of girls. The second time this group of girls jumped my daughter is when it got to the point that my daughter no longer felt safe in school. I'd get calls all the time from her, text messages, can you come get me? I'm hiding underneath the stairs. She was outnumbered. She was severely picked on. She was severely bullied. So I went to the school and I said, I need help. My daughter's not going to make it through school in this environment. So I spent weeks, if not months, going through all these different jumps and hoops and everything to get my daughter where she is today, which is graduated and on her way to college. She never dropped out of school. And how dare anybody say that? Because my daughter fought hard and strong to get through school. So don't you dare lie on my daughter's name. Jim Rebel, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Audie. And I hope no adults ever on the internet come on here and lie about you or your parents. You know, when kids get jumped, and then it was jumps, and there's videos, there's pictures, there's everything that went around. So not only was my daughter physically assaulted by 4 girls at once, twice, but it was also recorded, and it went around social media. So no matter what, my daughter couldn't escape it. Her assault was playing back to back to back to back through TikTok and Instagram and all these things. These kids no longer get to leave school and not be bullied. It follows them. I had to jump over the mental health system, spend nights and nights and days in the hospital. Don't get me started. Don't speak on my children, Laura. Don't you dare. Not only am I lucky that my daughter's alive today, but I'm very blessed that she made it through that damn school system. And she killed it on her way out. She killed it. And now she's on her way to college. Don't play with mine. Sorry, that just pisses me off. And these people know this because they were around for it. Thank you, Megan. Thank you. My daughter graduated early from the rest of her class. And they know this, Megan. They know this. They know. They know the many nights I had to sit beside her bed all night long, staying awake to make sure she didn't self-harm. They know this. And here they go, once again, using my children to hurt me. But they all want you to, I can't with it anymore. I'm sorry. We're moving along. I'm sorry. It's not the time or the place. But they always do it when Sebastian's on the thumbnail. Well, why is that? Why is that? Now I don't even feed or care for my kids. My 12 and 17-year-old children, I don't feed or care for. That my parents do it while I'm in the basement on YouTube. I go on YouTube when my kids are at school. Now I go early in the morning while they're still sleeping. Oh, that's funny. That's okay. I'll tell you what I've never done. I've never locked my kids out of eating. Okay? I've never done that. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right, AT. They can say they're probably just projecting their own insecurities, to be honest. I don't even care. These are the same people that want you to believe they care about these children that they cover. But if you'll sit there and you'll drag my children like that, there's no way you care about these kids on these missing cases or victims of these crimes. You don't. You don't. She wasn't homeschooled. Luckily, there was a program that accommodated her. It started off that she would go to this day program for anxiety And yeah, it just is really nobody's business. But what she didn't do is drop out. What happened with her had nothing to do with my relapse in 2018. Um, yeah. But it's amazing. So I've heard her own kids come in and ask her for whatever. I'm just gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. Hey, Rondi, just because just because I intentionally go live where my kids aren't in the background doesn't mean I'm not taking care of them. I never spend more than 3 hours on YouTube either. I never spend more than 3 hours on YouTube ever. Just because these people are on here from sun up to sundown and they have their kids running around rampant in the background, and or they sit there and speak publicly with their kids that are asking them for rides, and they keep saying every 20 minutes, but every 20 minutes goes by, next it's 2 hours. That doesn't mean that I neglect my children for 3 hours. Do you know there are parents that go outside of the home and work? Are they all neglecting their kids while they're outside of the home working? Is every working parent a neglectful parent? The nerve when you've had YouTube raise your children, the absolute nerve. So this is one of the theories, right? 3 hours a day, and that means I'm neglecting for my kids. Shut the hell up. It's the first thing they did, Megan, was come in here and bring up my children. It's the first thing they did again. Oh, go grab a Sprite. That'll help you. So this is the all right. Back on track. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is about Sebastian. It's not about this. Ugh. They're purposely trying to throw us off. Ask yourselves why. Why are the people connected with Seth Rogers trying to pull us off? What's going on? Are we too close? It was casual art. It was. Thank you. All right. So is it possible Sebastian was being held in some sort of protected environment while this was all being investigated by LE? So this person's saying, and I've never asked YouTube to feed my kids. Let's just say that too while we're at it. This person's asking if the police were investigating, if TPI was investigating this big internet ring, is there a chance that they had Sebastian in their custody to protect him? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Would they do that without the parents knowing? They're doing it on purpose to get a response. This is what they always done. They've always poked at these things about me. And then when I do get to that boiling point, they record it and they say, look how nasty she is. Shorty, did I say it weird? Thank you, Rondi. As possible. Queen Bee, I just this is the gaslighting I was saying. I was trying to explain on yours. This is what they do. They come in, they bring up my children, which would get anybody angry. And then they deny it, and then they point out your response. But whatever. All right. So people are saying possibly police would do that. If so, is it possible Chris and Katie knew this, hence why they aren't more outwardly upset? Is it possible that the internet or Katie and Chris knew that Sebastian was safe while this was being investigated? This is what somebody's theory is. Just a theory. Let me make that very clear. This is just a theory. Just a theory. Thank you, Lippy. I'm just glad more people are saying it. Okay, so is it possible this is why Chris and Katie got their electronics back, but Steph's devices are still being held by LE? Thank you, Tammy. I have nothing to be proud of. She has everything the world to be proud of. Thank you. In those circumstances, the parents are notified that the child has been located and is safe. They don't release the location of the child to the parents, but a new type of investigation is open. Lisa Jones, she already did when she was calling her out for being a bigot and a racist, but I guess that all didn't happen. I told y'all. Oh, never mind. Keep going, Jess. All right. So then she says, Seth specifically says Sebastian only talked to his friends when playing online games. His friend was stated to live in Illinois by Seth. Right. That's true, Carrie. Thank you. I'm trying. I promise I'm trying. I think so too, Rondi. He is the one who said, is it possible Chris and Katie are aware of an ongoing investigation that was taking place regarding this person in Illinois, and Seth was not told because of a variety of things? Exactly. YouTube hypocrisy. Now she's looking to get all these idiots that also don't like her, which she's welcome to have. But believe me, I will open that same door and I get a lot more views than you with less than a third of the subscribers you have. So it's funny how Betty, like, these people brag about their sub count, but really, if you think about it, it looks embarrassing. Like I said, if you have 20,000 subscribers, you can only get, under 200 viewers and less than 20 active chatters. The math ain't mathing. So, right, let's go on that. Let's go on that. Wonder if Seth knew what friends Sebastian played with on the online games. I don't think he had a clue. And I also think he lied to us several times because he stated that Sebastian did not play online games that involved other players. Then it turned to he did play online games that involved other players, but only his friends. He also said he didn't have a headset, and without a headset, he wouldn't be able to speak to anybody. But then we find out he did have a headset. The ones Seth gave Betty a handout were the old ones from Cajun Navy. Yeah, let's talk about that. He left them home for half a day. 12 to 16 hours? And that blows my mind too. These people want to talk about parenting, right? If you're on YouTube for 3 hours, you're not feeding or taking care of your kids. But Seth Rogers is excused for leaving his 15-year-old autistic child home alone for 12 to 16 hours.
Hey, baby, real quick. I'm not going to stay up here and bother your stream and stuff, but go to that Coffindoffer interview that was done like a month ago.
Yeah.
Go check that out. He's on there and he's like, he's sitting there and then he's like, well, I know the step parents. Well, I know his mom and stepdad didn't like it, but I let him play the online game. And then he turns around and says that Chris played the online game with him, which Chris says, no, he's never played any online games with him.
And let's talk about that, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say somebody close to Seth knew about Chris Proudfoot. And what if they created an account as Chris Proudfoot and Seth?
That's what I was thinking too. What if somebody did that? Yeah.
And Seth and Sebastian believed that they were playing with Chris, and this whole time it wasn't Chris, but it was somebody like this Matthew guy.
Well, yeah, and here I'll see if I can pull this interview and give you the link for it. Maybe, you know what I mean? If you get time, you can go over it. It's that one. It's where he says it on there, and then he acts like he told everybody this already, and I know damn well he didn't.
Nope. And how about the fact that he said, oh, just because Sebastian played these games, he didn't have a headset. Without a headset, you can't talk to anybody. And then later on, he slips up and says he did have a headset.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then he's like, oh, yeah, he got online when I was gone at work. And his mom and his stepdad didn't like it. But so he was trying to be the better parent. You know what I mean? Like he was trying to be the one that was like, oh, well, here, I'll let you play. Don't worry about it. It's okay. You can play here. You're not there.
Right. The fun dad. That's also what he said in the one thing. He said Sebastian didn't need people breathing down his neck while he was online. Yes, he did, because he had the mentality and the innocence of a 10-year-old.
Exactly.
Oh, it blows my mind.
Here, it's in the back chat if you want to pull it. And I mean, I can pull it if you want me to, but if you want to pull it so you can go over it, you know what I mean? I know I know they're trying to throw you off, but just try to ignore it. I know it's easier said than done, but
I'm just glad more people are seeing it. That's the first thing that Wanda came in here and did was mention my minor child. When I responded, her other mod came in and said, "Don't speak about kids." That bitch just did an entire stream lying on me and mine's, talking about my children.
Yeah, I would try to, you know what I mean? Like I said, when you're
I'm
doing these
trying.
kind of streams, I'd try to ignore it the best you can, then go on your backup channel and go the fuck off, you know? Like,
Yeah, I'm
you know what I'm
trying.
saying?
I'm telling you. I'm
It's
honest.
hard.
I'm
It's
honest to
easier
God,
said
I'm
than done.
trying.
For sure.
It is
for
when
sure.
it comes to your kids and you know they're lying. Like, bro, my daughter went through a lot of shit to get where she's at. She graduated
Well, and
early.
it's none of their fucking business, period. And I wouldn't even, you know what I mean?
And you're so right.
It's nobody's business on here, especially theirs, you know?
You're so right. It's just I hate when these people act like they know something about you and they know not a damn thing.
Girl, I've been through it too. You know, I mean, I think we all go through it with, you know what I'm saying, with somebody that crosses the line and don't give a fuck, you know?
And I'm also wondering, why is it every time that we're talking about Sebastian, people that Seth Rogers associate with come in and bring up other people's kids? Like, that's
Did you
weird.
notice that everybody, you know, a certain person went down there and just immediately took over acting like a goddamn fool?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, they've been sitting back super quiet while she's out here acting a damn donkey's ass.
Yep. And brought the focus back onto the Proudfoots and the Bower Sox. And, you know,
Yep.
it's all a distraction. They're distracting us from what?
Also, I got a quick question. Do you think she sat there and waited? Or do you think they were the ones supposedly stalking her? Do you think, I mean, because she sat there for a good 10 minutes after the cops left. Also, did you know this? She got back in the car and said, he told me to go to Jonathan's for a good steak.
Uh-huh. But she was already sitting out front of Jonathan's.
Yes.
She was already out front of the damn restaurant.
I said, you know, she just wanted to say that name.
I want Jonathan's steak.
We could think of many different things.
But you know what's crazy about that? So this is what I think. I think she caught wind by one of her many stalkers that the Bower Sox were going to be headed to this place, maybe the food shop.
I think a certain person she went and had lunch with knew his routine, you know?
I think so too. Most, you know what I mean? Most people do their shopping on a certain day. It's their day off, whatever it may be. And I think she sat there and waited and then did all of this.
Because if you notice, she has the papers held up next to her face, blocking out the back rear view.
Oh, was she trying to hide it?
Yes, girl. Look, I'm gonna have to go pull it just to show it to you.
And what cop's in there laughing with her? Nobody's laughing with you. They're laughing at you. Come on.
Yeah, I spoke to somebody else, and you know, she keeps burning in my name and just saying I'm the one that's telling people to do this shit to her and all this and that. So we are gonna FOIA the police report.
Good. Get all of them.
Yep, I'm gonna get the body cam footage too, because she took off and left her phone in the car deliberately. No, you're not going to sit here and say I'm the one that did this when we're in a lawsuit. No, we ain't doing that. No.
And did you notice, depending on her mood, she blames it's either you or then it's Clue who's working for you, or then it's the Bower Sox that are working for the Proudfoots. Like, she's trying to make a whole triangle.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
This is what these people do, though. This is exactly what they do, and you know that they do all the things they accuse you of doing. And it's just like, it drives you nuts. Like, no, Bets, you're the one doing all of this.
Let me see here. I got this shit pulled up and ready to go, girl.
Yeah.
Look at this. She got the mirror blocked the fuck out.
Oh, this is while she's sitting at Jonathan's.
Yes, she's got the back mirror blocked out the whole time. I mean, even if we play it and go back here, she jumps in the car, rearranges her camera and shit. The cop pulls off, and then she puts her flyers up. She gets them out and blocks the damn back window the entire time. Look at her.
And look, if you pause that's the old flyer the TV. Yep. And she slipped up though, because you can see she's sitting in front of Jonathan's.
Yes, she sure as fuck is. And if you watch her sunglasses, you can see she's holding this up, looking in the rearview mirror, watching. It's almost like she's waiting on him to come pulling by.
She knew. Why else is she like, what does she earn herself an expensive steak dinner for? Like, what are you doing?
I'm out here stalking folks. You drove to their city, to their town, out there fucking with them.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, when she jumped out that car, I'm like, this bitch is crazy. She's unhinged. To do that in the middle of traffic, that's ballsy.
Oh, well, yeah. And then she gets all mad at him like he's the one that did it. She sat there and waited for him to drive by. And as soon as he did, she acted a fool because she knows what brings views. She knows what you can't tell me she don't know what brings views. Come on now.
So that's what happened. So she was at the shop because I didn't catch all of it. I just caught her jumping out the car. So she's at the shopping center. She's looking in her rear view, watching for him, sees him. He drives off and she follows behind. Because I kept saying, how's he stalking her? She's behind him. So that's how that happened? Wow.
Yeah, girl, that's what it seemed like to me anyways. I mean, I guess I could be wrong, but, you know,
no, I don't think so.
I don't think
that
so.
seems about right for Betty.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, this isn't it. And she's like, oh, they're mad at me for hanging flyers. Nobody gives a fuck that you're hanging flyers because if you notice this, watch this. I'm going to pull this other fucker back up real fast. And if you notice, she's like going off. Here, let's see. She goes up to the damn or she pulls in and she's like, don't be calling the cops. Don't be calling the cops on me. As soon as she pulls into this damn parking lot here, let's see where she's at. She pulls up to go. Here she's driving. Okay, so who told you to drive to this specific spot anyways? Because here you are driving. So who told you where to go, first of all?
And she don't know the area.
Specific parking lot. No, she don't. So she pulls into this area and then she pulls up right about here. She backs into her spot. And as she's backing in, she's all, don't call the cops. Don't call the cops. Well, here in like 2 seconds, a cop comes driving down this little lane. Watch her.
Because she was expecting it.
Here she goes. Yeah, she talks about don't call the cops right after this. Right before this, here she goes. And then she gets out and nails a fucking flyer to this tree right here.
And I'm sure they're probably already got people calling and tattling. I just want to let you know, if anybody calls the freaking cops, you're wasting law enforcement resources.
Why is she always negative?
Nice little segue
in the car that quick.
Yeah, nice little segue into her pulling out. She says, "Don't call the cops" or whatever. She pulls out. Look at this car coming towards her. Look what's.
But how'd she get in the car that quick, Queen? Did I blink?
Yeah, because she goes out and she pulls in, talks about don't be calling the cops. Right here, why she backs in the parking spot.
Right. Okay.
And I'm sure they've probably already got people calling and tattling. I just want to let you know, if anybody calls the freaking cops, you're wasting law enforcement resources.
Nobody's gonna see that flyer.
Like, well, right? She staples that flyer to that fucking tree. You can't even see it around that damn tree because you know what I mean. Like, come on, why are you not putting these up front and the you know what I'm saying, at the doors and where people are going to see them? You're putting this shit out in the middle of the parking lot where nobody's even parked. Cut it out, girl. It's insane to me. This is insanity to me. She jumps in the car. Here we go. She goes to pull off. Nice segue into watch what happens. The evil clown laugh.
God.
Yeah, we get the evil clown laugh. Like she doesn't stop it, Duke. Like she doesn't understand. Like there's a cop coming around the corner. It's almost like she's seen this happening. Like she's seen him coming. She jumped back in the car. Because watch what she says.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Oh, so funny.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, officer?
Flagged him down.
That's me.
That's me.
All right.
She watched him flip a bitch right there. You know, he flipped a U-turn right there in the thing with his. Flipped his lights on because if you pay attention, I
have a funny feeling this officer's coming to talk to me.
Oh, you have a funny feeling, huh? Real fucking funny feeling, eh?
Please.
Because look, it almost looks like this is the Bowersock's car right here in front of her. Almost.
It does. It does.
So then she jumps out of the car and goes back and talks to the officer. Now, usually the officers are like, "Don't get out of your car." You wait till they walk up to your car, and then they say license and registration.
Right.
She jumps out and runs to the back of the fucking car.
You know why she jumped out? Because she waved him down. He wasn't coming for her. She waved him down.
Yeah, that's exactly what the fuck I thought too.
Mm-hmm.
She listen to this. She'll sit in there. She sits in there, talks to him for about a good probably 10 minutes. We'll fast forward it because look, when she jumps back in the car, she doesn't think we pay attention. The lights are still on. Look, the cherries and berries are already lit up behind her. See, he's got them on when she moves her big ass head.
Ah.
See, the cherries are already on.
Yep.
Because when they turn them on, as soon as they initiate a traffic stop, once them lights go on, the cameras come on, and you know what I'm saying? It initiates the whole. Yeah. So then he goes back to, so he pulls in, gets her, she jumps out, gives her information. He gets back in the car, runs her plates, runs her name, because he's in the fucking vehicle right now while she's in here talking to us, talking to her audience or whoever she's talking to. At the time, I believe Sonia's on the phone. I could be wrong, but somebody's on the fucking phone with her. But
Sonia, ugh.
Yeah, she's another trash bag. Anyhow, you see the lights on back here behind her. So check this out. When he comes back up to give her information, she jumps back out. Now she records everything.
Right.
She records everything. So why in the fuck are you not recording this? You record everything else.
She would have, if this was really what it was, she would have that camera recording that man's face.
Oh, yeah. And if she really thought I was the one that called, she'd have that son of a bitch back there with them to take to court.
Yep.
With this new lawsuit she filed on me, because the other one's already been dismissed by the judge. The other one got dismissed and she went and refiled it.
No shit.
Yeah, fuck right. Yes, the judge dismissed her original lawsuit and threw it out. She went and refiled it. Yes. That's why I have to go back to court. That's why I had to start another goddamn PayPal pool. Because now we have to go back to this process again.
That cop's not laughing at her. Like laughing with her hysterically, like she said.
Fuck no, she wasn't. No, he was not.
First off, I know without a doubt, because Chatter, that's a chatter of all of our channels, but a chatter here told me that they actually called the police when she was stalking out the Proudfoot home. And the police said they received plenty of calls about her and they're taking her actions very seriously. So there's no way. I mean, I know she's in a different county at this point, but they're all aware of her.
Well, yesterday, I don't know if you were watching. I know you guys, I mean, we all get busy and got, what I'm saying, shit going on when we get off here. So I don't know if you've seen it or not, but, yeah, oh, fuck, I forgot what I was going to tell you. Give me 1 second.
I hate when that happens.
I'm sitting doing a million things. Forgot what I was going to tell you, damn it.
I know the police, like I said, that somebody in the audience, they called the police. They were taking her seriously. Matter of fact, the police were headed towards her.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. The girl yesterday. So I don't know if you watch or not, but there was a girl yesterday that came up and shit, I can't even remember her fucking name now. But anyhow, she came up yesterday and she's like, it scared me so fucking bad. And I have PTSD that I'm the one that called the police. She said, I said, well, I get blamed for it anyways, but I'm the one that's being blamed for it as well as Clue. And you know what I mean? She's like, no, I think her name was Michelle, maybe something like that.
Yes. There was a chatter named Michelle.
Okay. So
no, but she came in my chat and said it too.
Oh, did she? No shit. Okay. So she wasn't just my chat then. So she came up on panel, said, yes, it was me that called. I'm the one I was scared. I was scared for them. And then she starts talking about getting a gun afterwards.
And it was concerning. I mean, she's unhinged. She's manic. She's laughing like a maniac out of nowhere. And then she talks about buying a damn gun. Yeah, anybody had a right to report that at that point.
Right. You can't be mad at somebody for calling the police to protect themselves. See, look here. She sits here. Okay, so we'll just say 116. Okay, the cop's still there. 117, he's gone. Okay, 117. Now, look, she sits here for a good, when does she see? 127, a good 10 minutes. So she sat there for an exact 10 minutes before she seen him pull off. And conveniently, she's still in that same parking spot that she pulled into when the cop pulled her over as she was pulling out. So how did she see him, you know what I'm saying, pulling by her? Fuck right, she's watching. She's been watching. She knew exactly where he was, in my opinion.
She went there for that purpose.
Yeah, that's exactly what the fuck I was thinking too.
Yep. She went there for that purpose. She knows this is their area. This is their neighborhood. This is their town. This is where they go shopping.
Yep.
Like I have a particular, I don't know about you, but I have a particular day I do my food shopping. You know what I mean? She knows. She knows. Somebody told her.
I was just going to say, and what's really messed up is she just went and had lunch with Seth. So he's the one that gave her those flyers from the Cajun Navy.
And I'm sure Seth told her about the Bauer socks. And not for nothing, but this is an elderly man. Imagine some raging Eileen Warner.
She could have had a fucking heart attack dealing with it. You know what I mean?
Serious. I mean, I can't unsee Eileen Warnos. She looks just like Eileen Warnos. She's unhinged, jumps out in the middle of traffic and confronts you like that. She could have hurt this man, or he could have hurt her.
He's like, his face is like, oh my God.
Look at his face. Despite all of this, they've remained respectful.
Yeah. Now, see, the situation could have got way worse. You know what I mean? Because you don't know how people are going to react. You know,
Especially
you
in
just don't know.
Tennessee. Come around here in Philly and jump out somebody's car like that. Watch how quick you got 5 other cars jumping out at you. People don't play
We just
that
had
shit.
somebody shot for road
Yep.
rage.
Yep.
I mean,
that happened here too. It was sad. It actually ended up being my cousin's best friend's father. And it was road
that's
rage. He
sad,
didn't
man.
move quick enough turning, and the kid jumped out and actually shot him with his own mother in the car. It was a horrible thing. But yeah, like if you jump out in traffic on somebody like that around here, that man would have had and he still remained respectful, Queen. He didn't curse her out, take her out of pocket, name nothing. She does look like Eileen Warnos. I can't unsee it. Hey, Kelly. Just Samantha and Kelly say hi. No, I couldn't either. And then she jumps back in her car and starts talking about buying a gun.
Yeah, that was fucking scary. Now that's scary as hell. Not only does she already have one, but to sit here and say she's going to take up a GoFundMe to go buy a firearm while she's in a town. You know what I mean? No.
Tell her not to use Venmo. Bitches are crazy. Look at this. BHB says in her live yesterday morning that her audience had been telling her for over an hour where the Bauer socks were. Listen to her live yesterday morning. She admits she knew they were there.
Wow. See, I fucking told you. I called her ass out on it, and I knew look.
And she can't shut up. She talks too much. She can't shut up. She's so proud of herself. It's insane.
That's exactly what the fucking problem is.
Yep.
She is so proud of herself. Now, here's this one. I don't know where the exact timestamp's at on this, but he says it on here where he's like, yeah, they play the video. Let's see where he stretches. Is it right here, matter of fact?
For him.
Yeah, this is where he talks about he would let him play the video games, and he knows that the mom and the stepdad didn't like it, but it's okay. Well, that right there is the reason why you don't have your electronics back, and they do.
Right. And another point, he said Sebastian didn't need somebody breathing down his neck.
Yeah.
Obviously he did. If he had the mentality of a 10-year-old and didn't know social cues, he did need somebody breathing down his neck. You failed.
Well, yeah, because I mean, somebody could have said, hey, we could go be friends. I could take you to the water park, or we can go down to this or whatever. You know what I mean? Roblox. Now, see, I don't know if I told you know what I'm saying. Well, I'll tell you privately, because I was so fucking mad when I walked in and you know what I'm saying, and heard I was fucking pissed. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know kids could be on those goddamn games like that.
Yep. So I didn't know either. So actually, I thought me and Chasen did a members only. This is where they lied and so we spoke about them. And Chasen asked her son, who is autistic, high functioning, he's like genius level, sweetest little boy. But she asked him, can people friend request you and speak to you on Minecraft and blah, blah, blah. If they so much as send your child a friend request, they can speak to your child. And so I came in and asked my son, who's around the same age, not autistic. And he said, yeah, if they friend request you, and anybody can talk to you if you're playing the same game.
Yeah, isn't it? And so if one of your kids get on there and talk to their friend, like it's just them and, you know, her and her friend, or him and his friend, other people can listen to that conversation.
Yes, they're never alone. Yes. Like my son has
that's fucking scary. Yes, the chat on Roblox, Queen Bella. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Right there. The fucking chat on Roblox. That's what it is. That's the guy. I was gonna say Minecraft or whatever, but it's Roblox. That's the
Roblox. Game. And even with a headset, so like my son has one gaming buddy he plays with all the time. If they think if them two are conversing during a game, like they play whatever, they play this one game. Everybody can hear that. Yes, yes.
I had no idea.
Nope. Roblox.
Yeah, so I would have been pissed if this right here is where he says it, because he lifts his arms up right here, somewhere in here. Let me see.
He's got several containers of Legos. You know, he likes to do that sort of stuff. He loves to build. He likes to cook. He likes playing video games.
There we go.
He did like doing the heavy equipment. We would go fishing and eat. Touching the fish is kind of icky at times for him, but that goes back to the fact that he doesn't like to have his fingers dirty.
Well,
he doesn't like his hands dirty,
you know.
But
look how he got that shoulder up there, Queen.
It just
right.
It's like when him doing Minecraft and telling him that, hey, I need you to do online schooling, you know. And he didn't want to, but I spoke to him, and it's like it's not permanent. It's just a little setback. Not to mention, it will open plenty of doors.
And that's another reason why I believe he might have possibly ran away. He didn't want to go to his dad's. He didn't want to do homeschooling. He wanted to be in school with his friends.
Yep. Here's my theory on that, right? So on Web Sleuths, when Chris was up there and Seth thought he was all cool because he had the whole world backing him, he confronted Chris and said, "Oh, whatever." And Chris came back and said, "Sebastian did not want to live with you, Seth." And Seth said, "Well, he said that, but then I had to talk with him by himself and he was fine with it." First off, if he was even high functioning autism, they thrive on schedules. If you listen to Sebastian's teachers, they say you would have never even known that Sebastian had any disabilities. He loved school. Needed school.
Well, and what
My
pissed
theory,
me off was Bullhorn calling him defective. That pissed me off just because he has down,
autism.
Anything wrong with autism, but anything wrong with him does not make him defective.
You see her try to run that back, saying she was speaking from Katie's perspective.
Oh, I did.
No.
Girl, you already know. She had to backpedal. I said, you got him and you got his dad in his chat. Seth is in your fucking chat and you're calling his son defective.
Well, Seth went and made a comment saying that he's not angry at Betty for saying it because he understands what she was saying. And I've always maintained that for Seth,
of course, that's the only person he's got backing him now. He's lost everybody. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that Seth had an idea of what the nuclear family should be, the perfect American family. And I think Katie divorcing him and Sebastian having disabilities threw off that image for him. I think that man's the type of man that thrives on image.
Yeah, it was embarrassing for him.
Yes, I think from Seth's perspective, it was. But my theory has
I didn't mean to come throw your show off or derail you or whatever.
No, I appreciate you being here. I like when people come up to have a conversation. It's hard running this shit by yourself. You know
I know. Well, I know it is, and I knew people were in here. You know what I mean? And as soon as I clicked on it, you were getting you know what I'm saying? So I was like,
you stopped me in my tracks.
Ignore it the best you can. It's harder. It's easier said than done, but you're doing a good job anyways. But I didn't mean to come and derail you. I just wanted to make sure, you know what I mean?
No, you didn't derail at all. This is what so you just said you believe this. So this is my same theory. I think Sebastian had a great day. He was with just his mom. You know, Chris hasn't been around. He's like getting the attention. He's loving it. I think he came home that night. And while Katie was on the phone with Chris, I think Sebastian going to live with Seth was brought up. And then it dawned on Sebastian, this is going to be soon. And not only am I going to leave my home with my mom, the home I know, but I'm also not going to be in school. And I think it was too much for him. And I think he ran. Right. Why was he being pulled out of school? Ain't that a great question, Wood Fairy? People don't like to talk about the taboo stuff that Seth has said, but I think it all plays a part.
It really does. I think so too.
I think it plays a huge part.
I think he was scared. He was nervous. He was scared. And you know what I mean? That's, in his mind, the easiest thing to do was to run.
Well, and if you go back, so in the beginning, when they were all speaking, they were apparently coexisting. Seth would say things like, I'd call and ask, did he have a bad day at school? Everything has this negative undertone when they speak about Seth, about Sebastian. But then it came out that Sebastian went through that trauma that Seth is saying he never got therapy from. And people don't like it. I'm not going to repeat it. But if you listen to him on Pascal's and you listen to what Chris has said, they both say that he didn't know personal boundaries. I think something took place that was going to make him need to do online schooling while they got him finally, in Seth's words, the therapy he needed.
Yep.
I know people get angry at me for that, but I mean, I'm sorry, people don't like using logic. It's what the parents have told us. But it wouldn't even be convenient for Seth because Seth was never home. Who was going to do school with this child?
That's the thing. He was already doing 12-hour shifts and leaving him alone at home. So
12 to 16. 12 to 16 hours. And you know what else is sad about that? Both parents have said Sebastian wanted friends more than anything. So what were they going to do during one of his most crucial times to socialize? They were going to withdraw him from access of having friends. Looking for multiple reasons. You got to look at everything. I'm sorry. Says her mother wanted to throw that one back. She's running her mouth about the one she believes would take her place and be a mother to her grown-ass son. Who? Oh, Nellie. Seth didn't have anybody.
Right.
Katie. He snuck on a device and made them online. Well, how about the guy that was arrested? Some are saying the poor teenager.
What was that? That 20-year-old or whatever? What the fuck was that?
That is bizarre as shit. And the fact that he's being extradited back to not just Sumner
Right.
County, not just Tennessee, but Hendersonville.
Yes.
And did you see the TBI presser back in
No.
April? So TBI came out the presser back in April, and we all thought it would be about Sebastian, so we started playing it. But here, right after Sebastian disappeared, they started an online sting to get online predators. What are the odds?
Wow.
Mm. Right. You have to have somebody capable of homeschooling to homeschool.
Yeah, he said he already had him set up for school. He's already got him signed up for it.
Yeah. So and then we heard no, he was only supposed to get them for the summer. Why is there so many inconsistencies here? What is the truth? And I played Seth Rogers' first ever phone interview, and he himself tells you in that interview that he didn't see Sebastian for 3 weeks up until he disappeared. That the one weekend he was supposed to take Sebastian, he was unable to. Oh, I see what you're saying, Auntie Ray. I get it now.
Mind you, he was unable to. It wasn't that Katie said he's in trouble. He can't be coming over. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't her. It was not on her. It was on him.
Right.
He's the one who couldn't take him. That was not something she's like, okay, well, he's in trouble. He can't come with you this weekend, or he's sick, or nothing like that. It was he couldn't get him because of his own whatever. You know what I mean? His own schedule.
Right. And so when we go back to that too, we have Seth said before that Sebastian coming to live with him was punishment. Punishment for what? What does that mean? And that when Katie and Chris, so everybody keeps saying, oh, they wanted to get rid of Sebastian so Faith could come live there and blah, 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 blah. But yet they asked Seth to step up a year ago and help them with Sebastian. And his words were, I'm going to give him another year to see if he can get his act together. Seth was punishment for Sebastian. He wasn't the fun, loving, come hang here and have the best time ever father. He himself told us he was punishment. What does Sebastian need to be punished for? Oh, I got the clip. I don't
know. I can tell you right now. Yeah, I was gonna say you'll have to play that because I really don't. I didn't hear him say it, but I will say it changed my perspective of Seth when the police report said that he basically smacked him so hard across the face that he left red marks on him. That's when Katie got the RO and left. And I believe I think you got to put it out. I think you did. Don't you have her? Okay. So yeah, he says, no, that didn't happen that way. It didn't happen that way. Sebastian fell and Seth caught him with his hand.
No, please. Every
abuser. Out of here. That's an abuser. That's somebody that's an abuser covering their own shit.
Every abuser blames the victim. That is fact. Yes. And not only that, Queen, but think about it. People are so angry that Chris allegedly hit Sebastian with a belt, but at least Chris was man enough to admit, like, yeah, I did. This is why. Seth lies and blames the victim for the abuse. Not only was there a mark across his face, but his neck as well. He had red, hand marks across the boy's neck.
Yeah, another form of punishment from him was, hey, we're going to go swimming. You got to clean your room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now with autism, he goes in. I mean, even with ADHD, ADD, anything like that, they go in, they start to pick up, and they get busy. They lose track, and they start playing, or they'll pick something up and then they'll play with that and forget, or you know what I mean. So anyhow, instead of going in and redirecting him and saying, hey, you still have your cars left, or you still have your Legos left, let's finish picking up, or whatever. You know what I mean? You got 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes to do your Legos or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
To find some other way around it. No, he went and put his fucking swimming trunks on, grabbed a towel, and walked back and forth in front of his room, taunting him, telling him, well, I'm going to go swimming. I'm going to go swimming without you. This water's going to be really nice. It's going to be really cold.
I didn't hear about this.
Oh, bitch, it pissed me right the fuck off.
Oh, my goodness.
So goddamn bad.
And then another time, he told him at 5 years old to clean his room. He told him, if you don't clean your room, I'm going to bust your ass open. And Sebastian went to school and reported that to a teacher. And Seth's idea to fix that was to show him what an actual ass busting open would be through Mortal
I
Kombat.
got a short. I got a little short on my it's like a small video of it on my
Yeah.
channel of it. Yes, yep. Sure
That
did. I
is-
clipped that shit right up.
That is disgusting. Thank you so much, Kraken. One Red Rose, 23 months. You guys are amazing. So here it is, Queen. So if you never heard this is the first ever. This is March 4th. It's the first
No, see,
ever.
I've never heard this one. I don't even know who has this.
Mm-hmm. Wait
Drop
till you
the
hear
link in the
this
private chat, would you? So I can go back
Yes,
to it. Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Check this out. So this is where, again, this is before anybody else spoke to him or any of that shit. And this is where he's going to tell you a lot, a lot.
Father, tell me a little bit about your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games.
Now, right there, right? Everybody tore apart Jennifer Soda when she said, oh, she can be forgetful, you know, whatever. Damn, even Coco? You don't miss anybody, rapper. Even Coco gets a copy? Wow. But right away, like negative undertone. Like when your child's missing, I mean, there's a lot of negative things I can say about my kids, but when they're in like a situation of need or they're missing, I'm not thinking of any of the bad things. He's bizarre to me. That's right. It was.
He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, you know, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games.
There it
Boy,
is.
the kid loves his video games.
How about that? He loves his video games. Oh, the kid loves his video games. Mm-hmm.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games.
When was the last time you
Right
saw
there.
Sebastian? Right there, Queen. Thank you. Because some little bitch over there keeps saying I'm lying about this. But you heard him say it right there. The last time he was at
they were
my
together,
house.
they played video games.
And the last time they were together, they played video games. Yep. So, and he says here's but
House, and I got to see him. We got to play video games. Watch TV.
oh wait. Watch TV.
Had a great weekend. He was at my house, and I got to see him. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior.
So I was supposed to have him last weekend. It would have been 2 weekends prior. So that's a little over 3 weeks of not seeing him. And what did he do when he saw him?
He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games. Watch TV.
Movies. Yeah.
Had a great weekend.
And
That is all Seth ever did with Sebastian is watch video games and movies. Nope, of course it's not up. Nobody
Sorry, I
said
was
it was
talking with the meat on, but
confirmation.
yeah, that seems like that's all they ever did.
Mhm.
Because you know what I'm saying, he could sit down and keep him busy with the video game.
Ain't that weird? Of course, we know gamers up. I think what you're missing here is that we have heard inconsistencies when it comes to Sebastian and gaming. Because right after this, where he says that, he goes on another panel, which I can show, and says that the only game Sebastian ever played was like Arkham's, which is Batman, and like the Spider-Man type of games.
Yeah.
And then a different interview, he says he liked to play Call of Duty, and all of a sudden now he's playing these different video games.
Like grown adult video games, not like Minecraft or Roblox or something like that for younger kids. No.
Right. It was
Call
no
of Duty is an old, that's not
It's a violent ass game, and it requires
right.
playing with other players.
And not only that, he that was his he used video games to show, what a real beat down
Yes.
was, and
Yes.
it's not
Yes.
realistic. Like it's
He even used a video game to show a 5-year-old autistic child what an actual beatdown is. A gory, bloody video game, he said.
and he made sure he turned the blood on too. That was the blood
Oh, he
action.
made a point
Made
to
sure
say
he
that.
turned that on. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Who does that to a 5-year-old, let alone a 5-year-old autistic child? And granted, they didn't know he was autistic then, but they did know he had disabilities.
Right. Yeah.
Who does that to a child? Like, I don't know if any of you have ever seen the bloody, like, gory scenes in Mortal Kombat, but they can be pretty damn brutal. And that was his way of saying, that I was just going to beat your ass, not tear your ass. Like, that was his way of saying, like, I wasn't going to hurt you this bad, which is something an abuser does.
Right.
Not abuse isn't as bad as it could be. It could be worse.
And that's exactly what it seemed like.
Yep.
Like, this is an actual beat down. I just whooped your I just spanked your butt. You know what I mean? This is a beat down. This is what you could have had. Be lucky you didn't, like that kind of thing. That's how I took it anyways.
That's how I take it too. And again, it's typical abuser. Oh, I didn't hit him. He fell into me.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't rip his arm out of the pool. I yanked him out. Like they play on words, they play on emotions. The fact of the matter is that I again, people don't like hearing it, but I think all three failed. All three failed. Something was going on that Sebastian needed help, more help than he was able to get, and I think he ran.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think so too, and I think he either met like somebody that out when he ran, you know what I'm saying, or he had attempted to, somebody lured him,
or unfortunately we've heard there's a lot of water and there's a lot of wooded area. It could very well be that he ran and fell, or he stopped running and sat down somewhere. There's so many things that could happen. I mean, I keep telling people when they were looking for Danilo Cavalcante, it was a heavily wooded area. They had everything out there, including military, and it still took them a week to find that criminal.
Right.
I mean,
didn't he end up going in somebody's house and shooting a guy and
his ex-girlfriend,
something like that?
Yeah, he killed a guy back in his home country, fled over here, and then he killed his ex-girlfriend in front of her kids. And he was able to escape the police, the military, the FBI, you name it, for over a week because he was.
Yeah, that's the one JLR was chasing out there, right?
Yes,
that's how he got his numbers. Like that's how that case right there is what got him his numbers.
It sure did. He did do great on covering it, though. And they had police on every corner. I mean, you can look and see how bad it was and how much resources were out there. And that guy was still able to escape them. If the terrain is as wooded as people are saying it is, I don't know why people think that there's a possibility they couldn't find him.
Well, yeah, and that's like Summer Wells with all that terrain around her house. I mean, if she were to walk out there, it doesn't take but a second to get lost and turned around in the woods.
Right. How about Caleb? If that's Caleb, they found that body not far from the apartment. If that's Caleb, that's another example of how they don't have to be far away from home.
Yep.
Yeah, they did. They walked right over him. And then I was face to face with him, Queen. Apparently, they knew that he was hiding in this. They thought he was hiding in this one farmhouse. This is where they ended up finding him too. So I'm out there with JLR, and there's like one other TikTok person out there. I swear to God, I'm like, there's something going on here. You can tell all the police are swapping here. Whatever. The cop comes up to me and he's like, do you realize you're putting your life in danger? And I'm like, shit. It dawned on me in that moment. I'm like, oh, no, about all this. I'm like looking around. I'm like, JLR is like 5 feet away. I'm like, is he going to get him first? Or I'm like standing in the wood, like, oh, it was so scary. But yeah, and then he ended up being right in that area when they did catch him. That was scary. So we were like right there the night before. Finally, the police came over and said, like, we actually have to leave. And then this is when they went into the farmhouse and whatever. And he ended up being behind the little thing right there in the woods behind that farmhouse. That was scary. So the cop's like, "Do you know you're risking your life?" And I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
it didn't feel real until that moment.
that case was that was wild. And then to watch him scale the damn the damn
sail
wall,
yeah.
and my big ass would not be able to do anything like that. But it
No,
was
you know,
interesting watching him do it. You know,
you know what was really scary about it? So Danilo told people that his next plan was to hijack a car and just leave, right? Every night, every single night, kid you not, JLR not only had his car running, but the door open right towards the woods. That motherfucker could have jumped in JLR's car at any given time. And he was right there with his car, like always left his car running. I wonder if he, I mean, that's crazy.
because I mean, do you know the attention? Shit, do you know what kind of attention he would have got if he would have stole his car?
Well, I was just thinking, like, is there a chance JLR was kind of hoping he would steal his
I was
car?
just gonna
Because there's
say,
no other
yeah.
reason for that. Every day, every night, he just left his car running.
I mean,
with
he
the
was
doors
in the
open.
feds for 10 years, so I
Yeah,
mean,
he might have been offering a helping hand.
look, Jones and me too.
He did. He scaled that shit like Spider-Man.
She said my fat ass could never. I lived my skinny people dreams through him in that moment. Hey, absolutely, man. There's no fucking way I could ever scale that wall. But I was like, holy shit, look at
And
him
he
go.
made it look easy.
Yeah, he did too, didn't he?
He sure did.
Fucking went right up that bad boy.
Apparently, when he was 17, he also jumped over. He was in like a juvenile detention center, and he climbed over like a 17-foot tall wall.
Oh my god.
Like it was nothing. The dude's like a little creepy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. All of us would become skinny if we had somebody like Betts following us. That's for sure. Run quick as hell if I seen that Eileen Warnos looking maniac coming after me.
Look, I died, and I seen somebody has a community tab with her. I can't think of who it was either. God dang it. Somebody's got a community tab with her with a picture of her, and it's got Aileen with her with Bet's face on it.
I'm telling you, it's like now that they've said that, I can't unsee it. That's all I see.
That's too funny, girl.
When Sebastian went missing, the leaves were still budding on the trees. I live in Tennessee mountains and walk through the woods every day. The weather is good. So are you saying there would be no chance that he'd be able to you'd be able to see him if he was in the woods?
Well, he went missing February 26th. So I don't think there would have been any fresh
like foliage or anything.
Like, yeah, the buds on the trees wouldn't have been out there. You know what I mean? Like it would have been, everything would have been dry still. Like there wouldn't have been leaves and you know what I mean? Like the buds on the trees and all that. It wouldn't have been, it was all dry. It was February 26th. So yeah, that's.
But that one lady that lives in his area, she did an interview with the news and she said, it's so wooded and there's so much water here that I'm scared. He could be anywhere.
Yeah, that's.
Dog the Bounty Hunter. I can't unsee Dog the Bounty Hunter. It would still been hard to find him. Yeah, I mean, right. I don't understand. And it drives me nuts that I don't understand how there's zero signs of him. Like nothing. No
Look, Black Hawk. If he said buds on trees, where? Look, if it was like that, I just meant like bud flowers. You know, I'm like, oh, here we go. Now that's not even worse.
Pluck it right off. Pluck it right off.
Oh shit! On that note, baby, I gotta jump down. I gotta go get my little for practice. But
well, thanks for coming up.
Thanks for having me.
Some trees have leaves during February. They do. So this lady's her theory, back to her theory. Ellie had to keep the secret from Seth because Seth demonstrates that he cannot keep his mouth shut. This person who was arrested is a sicko for sure, but he is 19. What does this say about Seth for forming close video game friendships that are so strong by his own admission that he felt comfortable letting Sebastian play with them too? Obviously, they have been playing and talking for a long period of time to know him so well. If this guy is Seth's friend from Illinois on the video game, this person was likely under 18 when Seth started chatting it up with him. Well, all right, so she lost me there because there's no proof that was ever Seth's friend. So I don't know about all that. You guys want to hear the rest of this? You can hear it. Let's hear
I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son. And
Notice early on, he says that they're doing everything they can to find my son. But now he tells everybody they had it done enough. And I get maybe he's upset. His son hasn't been found. I get it.
really appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out in the trees or by water that could maybe help people?
Speaking of trees, does anybody else remember when Bullhorn Betty said, did anybody search the trees for Summer Wells? Maybe she fell asleep. Does anybody remember that? Betty was dead serious. Did anybody check the trees? Maybe Summer fell asleep in them. So that was the other thing. People are saying the only reason I was talking about Betty is to join the anti-Betty train. I was up there with one of the first people to ever call out Betty. She was brand new to YouTube doing her heels on the ground crap. And I was one of, not the first, but one of. This ain't nothing new. I've been calling out Betty for years now. Believe me. We don't know, Doodle Mom. We don't know. Yes, please do, Tammy. Thank you.
Find him?
He does like creeks. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, video games. He'd probably be, maybe an arcade or something.
See? Video games, again, or an arcade. It always goes back to games when it comes to Seth. But if you ask Katie and Chris what Sebastian liked doing, they named things like he liked playing chess and, it wasn't all video games with them. Why do people assume he's involved with Seth, not some random internet? I don't think he's involved with Seth. Until I see an actual connection, I don't think so. I don't know. But I do know that Seth is the one that was very lenient on Sebastian Gaiman, and he's the one that gave him the internet access and didn't supervise him.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And
when asked if he leaves the house, they say no. He says no. But then we find out that Sebastian would go outside when Seth wasn't there. He'd go out and talk to the neighbor. And, so he's not being honest.
I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
I haven't had very much sleep at all.
Right, sleeping in the trees. Hey, Donna.
Coffee and energy drinks is my main diet is great.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
Let's listen to this.
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know it. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open.
He keeps telling everybody, keep your head up and your eyes open, but he's not even looking. Eliza, thank you so much. Hey, girl. Thank you for the super sticker. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So am I, Walks with Dogs. So am I. I really do believe he was lured out. I don't know by who. I don't know how, but I do find it odd that they just arrested this creep, and then the TBI did an entire internet predator sting right after Sebastian disappeared. They started it when Sebastian disappeared.
If you see him, call 911. If my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get to a phone and call 911.
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Every day.
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother and stepfather about the situation?
Not really. I mean, we're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it.
What?
Just I'm looking for him, you know.
So how does that make sense? Are you in close communication, right? And he says, not really. We just speak once a day. I think that's close communication, don't you?
We're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it. Just I'm looking for him, you know.
Yeah.
And don't forget, at this point, this is when he reached out to YouTubers. He reached out to JLR. He reached out to T-Rev. He reached out to all the YouTubers.
And I know, like, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just
Yes.
want your kid home. But there's been a
Oh,
lot of like speculation too about possible like criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
oh, who heard that? He says, I don't have social media. So somebody riddle me how Seth Rogers knew what YouTubers to reach out to. How we know that Seth Rogers has social media, but he says here that he doesn't have social media. We already know at this point that the day, I believe it was the day of, if not the day after, Seth Rogers had a Facebook group going, a private Facebook group. But he doesn't have social media.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, you know, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son.
He did have Facebook, though, Brandon. He was in a personal, private Facebook group.
If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son Sebastian mean to you?
He's my life.
Do you have any other kids?
Yeah, well, let's talk about that, Coop, right? The fact of the matter is none of these parents went on any interviews until a week after Sebastian disappeared. There you go, Mary Jane. How many times have we heard Seth say, we're going to start a search next week? We're going to start a search next week. And next week comes and he says the same thing. We're going to start a search next week. I don't think he's been searching at all.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Christine.
And I guess, is there, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how?
Who's writing in cap locks? You all right? Who do you keep saying to calm their boobies? So he played on apparently from my understanding, it was a Nintendo Switch. I don't know.
Oh, he just kind of disappeared from the house.
I have nothing to say about that.
Hey, Granny.
Okay. And if you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need to tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
So there he's saying it like Sebastian is out there just being, lost on his own. Like, you need to tell somebody who you are type of thing. Not like, I love you, I miss you, son, come back home. But, tell them who you are.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
That's what Betty said, too.
I miss you, buddy.
Oh, there it is. Now you can hear
I'm waiting. I want to hear from you.
You can hear he's sad there.
Okay.
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man. Come on, son.
And you can hear the heartbreak there. I think this is before the internet got their hands onto Seth, and that you could hear the genuine hurt in his voice. None of the parents have been searching. I swear I heard the neighbor on JLR was an admin. Yes, she is an admin of the group. She is. Yeah, the Switch. I'm sorry. Wait, I said that right? Nintendo Switch. Sebastian want to have access to that online gaming membership at Katie's. Woody. I don't know. We did hear Seth say before that he was going to sneak him a phone. So, did he sneak him the phone or not? I don't know. There's a guy named Uncle Taco where came on T-Rev Live, said he played with Seth Sebastian on a video game. I want to hear more about that. Yeah, we know that. Schnick. I can't say your name, but we do know that. Hey, Explore Core. So there was a few things that were pointed out. Jays for Justice found this, and I don't know if it means anything, but let me pull it up really quick. And you all tell me what you think of it. So Jay went back to an interview. She went back to where Seth was looking with JLR. This is where he oddly asked JLR to come film him looking. This is where he said, make sure you get my shoulder in it. This is Jays for Justice. You can't see it. Hold on. I apologize. So I don't know why. It's a little odd to me, but I don't know why he has this rep. So you can get paid to do this. Honestly, I want to look into it, to be honest. So you can get paid to use your car to advertise. In this case, he's using this injury attorney, Alexander, and Seth gets paid to have this on his truck. Thank you, Tobies. We love you. Thank you. This is the same day Riley's drain was found. So I see people are saying that these lights are not actually, the lights aren't actually lighting up. I don't understand what they're really saying, but let's see. So I think what I've heard people saying. So is that what it is? Told me it's like a frame by frame because they're LED. What does that really mean? Good morning, RC. They said he gets $200 a month for that wrap. Yeah, I want to do it. Come wrap my car. My car's. Oh, I got to get my window thing dyed where I can't roll down my windows. Like it's probably just the fuse thing. So, why does he have a backup alarm? That's a good question. What does frame by frame even mean? Blink as they should.
Okay.
So are we saying that they're not lighting up? Right? Casual art. They do get on my nerves too. License sounds in reverse. Let's keep going.
More. A little bit. Right there.
So do you all remember when there was a guy standing outside? JLR filmed it. There was a guy outside that had a Chris Proudfoot sign that says something about come clean. When they said that, okay, perfect, Jay. Thank you. I'll see if I can pin this. When the guy was holding a sign, this guy right here climbing on the back of the truck confronted him. And he said, how does this help to find Sebastian? And it became like this weird thing where people called the cops because the guy was holding a gun and he was shaky and blah, blah, blah. It was very bizarre. It was a bizarre moment. But that was this guy. And some people were upset. Why is it saying I'm not live anymore? I'm still here, aren't I? YouTube's acting a fool. I am live, but when I go on my YouTube, it's saying I'm not live and that I ended 2 hours ago. With only 308 thumbs up. Let's get those thumbs up. Maybe that's what happened. Y'all broke it by not hitting the thumbs up. So somebody did say that, River House. They tried saying this is his attorney that was helping him look for Sebastian. So he was doing him a favor by doing this. I'm here, aren't I? That just threw me off. I'm like, what the hell's going on? It tells me I ended. It says I ended with 274 views 2 hours ago. $30 for it, James? Huh. So anyway, needless to say, this is the guy, I believe his name's Jaden, that they said pulled out the gun. Hello, let me put this right here real quick, and I will allow you up. Hey, Fasish, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Okay, the whole lights thing on the front of the truck, it's because of the frame rate of the video.
What does that mean, though? Can you dumb that down for me?
Oh, okay. We see 2020, right?
Mhm.
So that's 20 frames per second.
Okay.
So if the camera's slower than what the light is doing, there's going to be lines that you're going to see because the lights ain't catching up to the camera, or vice versa.
So are the lights not actually lights?
Yeah, they're lights. They're
Okay.
lighting. Okay, it's like neon light. It's at a certain frame rate.
Okay.
And if you have something that's doing 120, I'm going to say 120. Well, actually, you could do it yourself. You're on a desktop computer, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you go to UFO.com and watch the UFOs, it'll show you different frames, and then the bottom one will be the worst thing for your monitor. The top one would be the best. And you'll see what the light's doing because of it being on a lower FPS, lower frame rate of what the video is.
Oh. Okay, so I'm slightly understanding it a little bit better now. Okay, so basically the lights are quicker than the frames per minute.
Yeah.
So are they still flashing lights or are they steady lights?
They're steady lights. It's just that they're. I don't think he's allowed to have flashing lights on a personal vehicle. He's not law enforcement.
Oh, that's a good point. But he does claim to be law enforcement.
Yeah, but on a personal vehicle and flashing lights, he can possibly get in trouble for pulling somebody over.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Lieber's saying you can, like a citizen can have flashing lights. It's an illusion, is what I'm getting at too. But what is
Yeah, and it's the new lights. They're like they're like neon lights. They're not like the normal old style lights that we're used to.
okay?
If you was standing there in front of the truck, you wouldn't see them flashing. If you pulled your camera out and looked at it, it would look like it's flashing.
That's so confusing, and that's because of the speed per that's crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah.
What so the only reason that comes into play is to basically say they're not flashing lights, they're steady lights, or vice
Yeah.
versa. Okay.
Unless he's got it set up when he does go in reverse, they flash, but I don't know why they would flash in the front. They would need to flash in the back.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that the front lights came on at all.
Well, they're probably daylights.
Right. But why would the truck have daylight lights on?
I don't know.
Oh, LED lights. How's he wrong, Lee Bird? You're welcome to come up. I'm so grateful somebody finally explained it to me, and I'm sure I can't be the only one that did not understand what people were talking about. Like I just didn't get it. Watch when the camera pan around the truck from the left to the right. You'll see they're not flashing until the camera hits them dead on, and he's moving the whole time. So that's okay. So that's what you're saying, Prestigious.
Yeah,
know,
it's that it's not catching up to the frame rate of the camera.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I used to follow the Summerwell case, and I pretty much got shot out of there. So, but
For having facts. People don't like facts and cases.
no, it's because I have a different opinion of people see things that's not actually there, like
Yes.
people in the trees.
Yes.
There's nobody there. Quit it.
Right.
And I pretty much got shot out for it. So, it's people see things differently than what everybody else does. But when someone does this and sees this stuff on a daily basis, it's easier for me to come up and say, "Hey, it's just the frame rate."
Right. And I think you meant LED lights instead of neon lights, right?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is if you go to a store and you see the neon lights, the open sign
Yes,
that's above the door, if you pull your phone out and you look at it, you'll see it flicker.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like that. It's the it's the way that the pulse of the light,
Right.
the energy that's going to the light is going to be slower for going to your phone than it does your eyes.
Okay.
If you the easiest way to say is the better that you can see something is at 60 fps. We see at 2020.
Not my blind ass, but I get what you're saying.
I'm saying the general is 2020, right?
Right.
2020. Right. But if everything is 30 fps or 60 fps.
Okay.
So when you record from your phone, it's going to be 60 fps. When it uploads to YouTube, it's 720, 60 fps.
Ah, right. Okay.
So if that's slower than that 60 fps that he's recording at, it's going to blink.
Right.
Because it's okay. You can kind of see where I'm
I get it now. I do.
Yeah.
Like Megan just said, absolutely, Jay, when I take a picture of like my computer screen, I see all these lines in it that aren't there. I get it now. I get it. Okay. Like you ever take a screenshot of a computer screen or a TV and there's all those lines that show up similar to that?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So does that really cause much of a difference as far as like, so the only thing we're seeing differently is it's not flashing?
Right.
Okay. I see.
It's a minor thing that everybody shouldn't be caught on to.
Right. It's not that big of a deal is what you're basically saying.
Right.
Okay. Hey, Jay. You're up.
Hey, Granny, can I ask him a question? And thank you so much for explaining this because I did not understand all of that until you explained it. So thank you so much.
Me same. I'm like, what is everybody talking about?
I know. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're flashing. I'm like, I'm slowing it down. I'm speeding it up. They're still flashing.
Hey, Jay. You have a computer. You have that Mac, and I was telling you to do the upgrade the RAM.
Yeah.
You have a computer. You can also go to ufo.com or I think it's .com and look at your frame rate. The top one's going to be what your monitor can hold, and then the bottom one's going to be the worst idea. And that's what we're seeing when they record these headlights.
Interesting. So let me ask you this. If those lights were also picked up on a CC camera, would it have the same effect?
If the CC camera is faster than what those lights are.
So would it be possible, and I'm not saying it is, but would it be possible that the lights in that road, if they were those LEDs, that a CC camera would make them look like they're blinking, perhaps?
Yeah, it's possible.
Thank you for answering that.
Yeah. And I still want to know what those headlights were in that yard across the street from the camera. We're still talking about Sebastian Rogers here. So, yeah, there's lights that kick on in that video that you showed.
Yeah, and it looks like that's when, they say someone turns on to Stafford from Kellen.
Right.
And they said the neighbor said that the car sat for 3 to 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So I would think they would have way more footage than just this, 20-second clip, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't see why people is just not. I understand it's their cameras for their safety of their home,
Mm-hmm.
but when it comes to a missing child, I would be putting it on everything. Hey, they didn't come by here. See, this is the proof. This is the whole day.
Right. You guys see what you can see out of this.
Right.
But if you listen to the audio the day Sebastian did disappear, they did go door to door asking for footage, asking if they seen anything. So I think they have more than what we're aware of.
Mm-hmm.
And they also said the detectives went back out there at night to see if they would be able to be seen on camera.
Yeah. And that they weren't able to be seen on any of the cameras.
Right. That's my opinion is he didn't leave that house with someone he didn't know.
Yeah. And they also won't confirm that he was barefoot. So what do you think about that? Like, why? I don't understand that.
Maybe it's a clue.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering what Gretchen said. Like, what would be the difference? Like, me and my husband were talking about this last night. He's like, you don't understand. He was trying to explain what you just explained, and I was not hearing it. And I was like, I'm not understanding because they're both captured with cameras. So, but now he's explained this frame rate business. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
it's crazy to think about because what we see is what we see, but then when you record something and then the compression of it going onto YouTube, and then it just everything gets messed up.
It's wild. But I heard Granny talk about the lines, and yeah, I mean, all of that stuff. There's weird little anomalies that come along with videos and
Yes.
and things.
Yeah. Well, I kind of switched over to gaming, so I kind of forced myself to understand all that stuff.
Well, we appreciate your knowledge for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. I was thoroughly confused. I'm like, what are these people talking about frame by frame? Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, it's frames per second. So faster that you can push the video out, the closer the frames are together,
the better quality.
The better quality, and
right.
the higher the the frames per second. The higher the frames per second is, the better the quality is going to be. That's
I know what you're saying. That goes for streaming because I stream at like 30 frames per second, and I know what all that means, but I didn't know it had that effect on lights before because I've looked at a lot of videos.
It's the new lights that are doing it.
It's the new lights.
Yeah, the old bulbs, they didn't do that. It all goes down to the circuit coming from the relays all in the car. The battery goes to the relays to go to the light.
The energy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, those LEDs are weird too because they do kind of, flicker somewhat. Like they have a weird.
Yeah.
I get it. I get what you're saying. It's a lot. I mean, that's where I guess you need the FBI cast team on the videos, right? That's why they have them. Because we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
But so if that's the case, then wouldn't that then is it true that the flashing videos we see from the CCTV may not be flashing lights?
Right.
Right. I still think that. Well, I did a video and it's on my channel of. I was watching your live, Jay, and I was like, I'm trying to tell her, we're trying to tell her what's this light kicking on, and she's not listening to me.
I
I
know,
hope
right?
I hope she doesn't flag me for this or try to remove my video. I'm just trying to make a point. We don't know what this light is. Maybe it's these people with these flashlights coming out of the back of their house, because in the daytime you see the house. There's a house right across the street from the CC camera.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, what if they're coming out with their phones with the flashlights on so they can go through their yard and they're getting in the truck that's parked right there? We don't know. There's a
Right.
discussion that should be talked about.
Yes, and you know
But
what? Feel free to use anything, any kind of theories that I put out there. Feel free to use them and like debunk if you can. I'm not right about everything. I just am looking at stuff and I'm picking out what I see. You know what I mean? And I'm putting it out
right.
there for people like you who can explain it, and then we can kind of move on from that. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
well, in that video, I'm not sure if that light at the top, if you're looking at that video, you're looking at the video at the top, there's a light up there. I don't know if that's the gazebo that's in the backyard
Mhm.
or if that's the garage on the house around the corner.
Mhm.
So I said, if this is the gazebo, it's the lights that's on the gazebo, and it's the gazebo is pretty good distance away from the house. So in that time, in that little space, is where those lights are walking around.
Mhm.
So that was my whole thing. Was like, if it's people that live there, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, we don't know anything, and I mean, I don't think I go balls to the walls. I think I just rewatch things and
I just
I
see-
catch things like if it's balls to the walls. I mean, I do see some weird shit, and I mean, I just say what I see, and I'm sorry that I see things that I do, and I
Ye-
question them, but that's what I see.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm really not.
Oh, I know.
He's not trying to go balls to the wall.
To the window. That's hilarious. I love that. I know people think I'm out there, and I get it, and you're free to feel that way. And I just can't help what I see. And when they bother me, you know, I run them by a few people. And
So-
if I get like, yeah, that looks a little strange, then I go with it. But I do actually throw it by a few people before I go live.
Well, when that whole thing with the looks like someone beating somebody up there.
Yeah, I mean,
At first, I seen it too,
uh-huh.
and then I was like, "Wait a second, it looks more like trees moving."
Listen, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I have watched it a gazillion times, and now I question what it is myself. You know?
Yeah, it's one of those things. That
I'm
it's
not
always-
saying that's what it is. I don't want
Right.
anyone to think that, because I'm not. I'm just looking at what we have, and we don't have very much. You know? So I have to question what we do have, because we don't know what we don't know, and then it could be of evidentiary value. And then Nick asks, "Is that a garbage truck?" He says, "No." He says, "Can you tell me what it is?" No. So I mean, that's when your wheels start turning. Like, okay, I need to watch this. What are they seeing? You know?
Right.
Right.
And there's a reason why that was never meant to be public. Nick Barris put that public without people
Mhm.
wanting it to be, you know, without the
The
police
cops.
wanting it.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
didn't want
'cause
that public. They were
he
very
even-
upset by that.
He even said the cops asked him, "Where did you get this?"
Yeah. And then 3 months down, all of a sudden there's magical audio with it, which is, driving me
Oh
Well,
crazy.
God!
I gotta say, there was a guy named Clay on here that did a wonderful video on a theory he had. And he said though that God, I just lost my train of thought. What were you just talking about?
The audio.
The
that came
audio.
out.
Yeah, he said that he heard beeping in my video that I played. And I was like,
Really?
hold up, wait a minute. So I went back and I like made it as loud as I could. I didn't reduce anything. I made it as loud as I could and enhanced like the voices as much as I could if there were any. I didn't hear anything but like that background, you know, white noise and maybe like a dryer in someone's house going.
A dryer.
That's pretty much like what it sounded like. I didn't hear any beeps. So if Clay is listening by chance, let me know where you heard those beeps, because I went back and That's actually what made me see the blinking lights. Was I was going back to watch those, to listen to those rather, and I
Right.
put them in my editor, and I was watching as I was listening, and I got there like 20 seconds in, and I saw the blinking lights, and we had just seen the blinking lights in this video. So it's not like I'm sitting there going, "What can I pull on Seth?" You know, it's
Right.
things that just are coming up, and I'm questioning them.
Which is
I
how we should
appreciate
all
you
be.
guys. I appreciate you guys.
You know, it's the way everybody should be. We often get so wrapped up in choosing like one side or the other that we let things fly by on both sides. I think the fact of the matter is all three parents are suspects right now, and everything should be looked at.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've had my thing about Seth, anyways.
Yeah, I mean he's very aggravating.
Mhm.
Well,
So
my thing is he could have done something a long time ago. He chose not to.
Yeah, I heard Granny mentioning that before, that he was giving him that extra year. It was
But
like,
the whole thing before that with the stuff that happened in California, he could have
yeah, you're
stepped
right.
up right then and took responsibility. I took responsibility of a child that wasn't mine, gave her my last name, took them to court, and won. I was the
right,
better parent. He could have done the same thing.
right, but he was the problem in that situation,
Well,
it sounds
that
like.
that was what turned me.
Mhm. Yep. Well, and he
And
said himself, "You didn't see the other side. You didn't see my filings. So where are they?" Like, I'd love to see if he had a side, you know? I'd love to read that too.
well,
Uh,
he's a damn liar because
But where is it?
I did a video where I played Katie's. I read that in a woman's voice, and then I read Seth's in a male's voice. So there was
Oh,
both sides.
I didn't see that one. You're gonna have to send me the link so I can watch
Yeah.
that.
I don't know why he kept saying that because everybody did hear his
Oh,
side.
maybe you need to re-release it because I never
Yeah,
saw that.
it's in there. Yeah.
Mm.
So, all
hey,
right. So with the whole light thing. So the fact is, if they look like they were flashing here, then the CCTV, they may not have been flashing lights there either. It may have just been steady lights.
Yeah, it
There's
could be
a
an illusion, right?
right
right.
now. I feel
And
like everything could be an illusion.
It could be. And there's a lot of solar lights in that neighborhood probably that are little,
Yeah.
yeah,
you know. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it's foolproof by any means. I mean, shoot, if the cops don't even know what it is on first glance, I certainly don't.
Right.
and they got better software than I do to lighten it up. So
Yeah. 3 months, 4 months later, you
I
think that they would have been able to see something in that by now.
I forget the lady's name. The lady that was pulled off on the interstate and said called 911 and said that there was a child out there, and then she came up missing. Do you guys remember that?
Mm-mm.
No. Oh yes, Carly, the Cheeto girl.
Okay,
Carly
What was
Russell?
Russell?
yeah,
Carly
Carly.
Russell. Cheetos.
Where's those people at that lightened all that up so we can see the tree line?
Yeah, why
Where are
hasn't
they
any
at?
Yeah, good question.
Where are they sleuthers?
Hey, where's
Right.
our video experts here?
Yeah, we need your services.
I mean, Kaylee did a good job zooming in on the ruckus, so we could see it better.
Right.
But yeah, I haven't seen anybody really do that with it. That's a good request. I'd love to see someone kind of mess with it a little bit because it looks really super darkened.
I tried to do it on my phone, and that's pretty much what you do is you stop it where you want it at, you use your phone, and you can use the phone to lighten it up.
Hmm.
But it gets all pixelated.
Yeah,
So
it
that's what
is.
makes it bad.
It is really bad. I did try to just lighten it up and use like contrast and stuff, and it's all pixels. It's like all a bunch of squares. But then when I lightened it up as well, you guys, the part where the ruckus was and compared it to where Nick Barris did his report, he had an overview of the Proudfoot's home right directly overlaid on top of that ruckus area. Like he had
Yeah.
their home placed right there. So I was kind of like, he's placing us there. He's showing us the common area. Because at first we didn't know what that was, So it was
Right.
all kind of a little puzzle he put out.
The sad thing is that there's a house from that camera. There's a house in between between that camera footage to to the Proudfoot's home. There's a house in between there.
Yes.
Right. Which
So we don't actually get to see that side of the house. We can only see the roof and the fence in the backyard. That's it.
You can actually see their house though when there's no trees or leaves on the trees.
Well, that's given.
Right. I mean, it's changed now, is what I'm saying. Like, there's people that go by now, and the trees are full, right? But like,
Right.
barbecue lady drove by, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after, this Sebastian went missing, and she actually drove by that same thing and like pointed it over there, and you could see the back floodlights on.
Oh, well, I'll have to search around and find.
I
some
have
more
a video. I
videos.
did a side by side. I put
Okay.
them side by side. It's in there. Like Granny said.
I'll snoop through your videos like I normally do. I'm sorry I sound like a creep, but no, I like your videos. I really do.
No, you don't sound like a creep at all. Thank you for watching.
no, that's the point of them. Snoop through.
Yeah, and I love opinions on it. I mean, as a matter of fact, I got a lot of comments last night after talking about that new case, and I sent that over to Granny.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I mean, at first it sounded like he was after a girl, but if you read on in those messages I sent you, he actually was talking to several girls, one as young as 12, allegedly. So, I don't know.
So
You want
is
to talk
his
about it
M-
now?
So
Yeah.
is his
Yeah. I pulled
is
it up
his
right here.
Oh,
is
okay.
his MO females, or
That's what
it
it looked
doesn't
like.
matter?
That's what it looked like to me, but let's go through it. So
Okay.
first thing that happened was a couple guys commented on the video and said, "Oh my God, I went to high school with this creep." So I asked him to email me, and this is one of them. And Granny, if you want to go ahead and read it.
So it says, let me get my reader's voice on.
Let me clear my throat.
I went to high school with him and played games with him on occasion, but was never super close to him. He always had a weird vibe. Most of my friends and I hadn't talked to him in a couple years, but one guy I know has some contact still, and Matt reached out to him about all this stuff going down. According to him, Matt was dating a girl who was underage and lived in Tennessee. They messaged back and forth until he apparently traveled to Tennessee and slept with her. After he got home, police showed up to his house to ask what he knew about the girl because she had gone missing. Oh, let's pause it right there.
Uh-huh.
She had gone missing. Oh.
She was missing for 2 days.
Oh, wow. I don't know exactly what happened during those interactions with the cops, but he didn't get arrested until a couple weeks later. He also told my friend that he had been talking to at least one other underage girl at the time. Matt called her an ex-girlfriend. The ex-girlfriend ended up reaching out to my friend, and that's how we learned more about what happened in Tennessee. I have some screenshots of Discord messages between Matt and the ex-girlfriend. There was also an Instagram screenshot that was sent to my friend by the ex-girlfriend. Be warned that these are some vile messages. All this has already been reported to the cops in Tennessee. Let me know if you have any more questions. I don't know much more than this, but this guy needs to be behind bars.
And I don't know if you even want to show those messages. They are vile.
Are they that bad?
They're bad, Granny. You might just want to like read them and like censor if you even want to do that. It's bad.
Well, I'm going to show this one.
I don't even know if you can censor some of them. They're so vile.
This is one to show how vile it is.
Yes, that's him. Allegedly speaking
wow.
to his ex.
To the underage girl.
Yeah, and the other ones are just, I mean, they're horrible.
Oh my gosh.
Horrible. I couldn't even believe what I was reading.
I'm going to read this as less graphically as I can. But
yeah,
it says,
be careful.
That young teen vagina blanket squeeze onto my blank, covering your mouth while you whimper like a pathetic little slut, feeling your tight, young blank quiver as I violate it.
That's nasty.
Oh,
horrible.
My Lord.
This is the guy that was arrested in Illinois and had relations with an underage girl in Tennessee.
Oh my Lord. This is what he's writing to these underage girls that he is in relations with.
Mm. It's so disturbing.
So here's one of the, she's still underage. But basically, the one girl responds back to the guy that, I'm assuming the guy that emailed Jay, and she says, I didn't think he was like this. She was 16. He lied and said he was 17, but told her friend that he was 16. Then the girl, Sophie, is only 15, and the girl in Tennessee is 12.
12.
And Sophie told me there are like more than that he's talked to.
Mm-hmm. So there could be more.
And this poor girl's scared. She says, if you find out anything like him getting out, please let me know because he has my address. Oh, these poor kids.
I know it. As young as 12.
Oh, he's abusive. These screenshots are very sadistic.
Oh, it's horrible.
And he keeps mentioning the fact that is underaged. That is underage relations.
Yeah, like that's what got him off was the fact that she was underage.
Age. Oh, my goodness.
God.
This guy, yes, Stephen Stearns. Yep.
And this guy's only 19.
Thank goodness they caught him now. That girl
Mhm.
never vanished. He would have never been caught.
Yeah. I had to share that, and because I saw that this morning and I was like, oh my God, I saw you were on and I'm like,
that is absolutely horrible.
it's horrifying.
So apparently all right. So then we know his victims were females. So that can at least erase out the fact of, well, it doesn't.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And then I was like, well, if he's willing to go as young as 12, how do we know he's got
right.
Yeah.
A preference?
Pretty sick.
So that's why he's being extradited. What is it?
Extradited. Yeah.
Yes, that's why he's being extradited back to Hendersonville. Is because he had physical relations.
Mm-hmm. He went there.
Yeah, he went there to meet. Oh, just I good myself. Sorry. Yeah, he went there to meet this victim. No, we don't know that for sure, actually.
Yeah, no, we don't. They're just referencing a her. You know, they're saying she. They're using girl names. So.
What was as young as 12?
Mo and Co says, did they find the missing girl, Jay? That's what I mean.
That's what I was going to ask.
Wasn't there a girl missing in April that was missing for a couple of days and then they found her? Another special needs girl in Hendersonville. And we were like, what the heck? But they found her pretty quick. I vaguely remember it was a dark-haired girl.
14-year-old? No, that was the recent one.
I don't remember her age. I just remember there was a young girl missing from Hendersonville, but they found her.
Let's see. One name that was mentioned is Sophie.
Yeah.
We got Sarah Schmidt, who recently disappeared. Sophia.
Sarah Schmidt is the one I was thinking of. There's a Sophia.
There's a Sophia that was missing.
Was she found?
Let's see. All these damn ads.
Oh
yeah, teen found safe on May 1st.
What does it say?
17-year-old Sophia Socono is missing from the area of Winston Hills, Hendersonville, Tennessee. She was last seen wearing faded blue jeans, tie-dye shirt, usually wears glasses, has her hair up in a bun, and was last seen on 4/30/24. So January.
2 days.
April, 2 days.
So she was, oh my God.
So that was likely her.
Oh my God. So it says she's 17 though.
Yeah. What does this message say?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this one says Sophie is only 15. So maybe that's not her.
Maybe they were just wrong on their info.
Wrong.
She's still under 18. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, like, you know, what comes out on this guy's charges, because I'm sure there'll be more. Like Trevor Lee said last night, it's usually just the initial. They get them.
Right.
And build from there.
There was a 15-year-old Sophia Rogers.
Oh, maybe that's her. There's another one? Rogers?
There was a Rogers.
Weird.
There's been a couple.
Is that in Hendersonville?
This one says Memphis, Tennessee.
Wow.
There's Brianna, June 18, missing. It's been resolved though. It's Greenville, Tennessee.
So many kids.
Yeah, she was 16 when she went missing. But it's resolved, but it doesn't say she was found safe. It just says resolved.
Resolved. You
There's
know, a lot of these could be connected.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It creeps me out.
It does.
It could all be connected to many of the rings that take place.
Yep.
I mean, you know, the question is too, was he talking to anyone local to him?
Oh, I'm
Sarah
sure.
Summit. Sarah, 14-year-old.
No, anyone local in Illinois. I mean, was there any local contacts with that kid? Was he, you know, why just Hendersonville? Like, he must have met a girl and then kind of branched out maybe to her friends. I don't know. Weird.
June 19th, Sarah, age 14, went missing.
Yeah,
Mel's picture.
Here, I'll put in
She's nuts.
that chat.
Well, that's true, walks with dogs, but the fact of the matter is these children's names were all put public because of the fact that they went missing. But yes, I'm not going to put public. If we find out the actual victim's name of this gentleman, she's a victim. Yeah, Sarah Schmidt. So we covered her when she disappeared. And she was Sarah was found, right? Yeah, she was found almost immediately. T-Rev went out and was looking and everything too. Sarah Schmidt was found almost immediately.
Yeah, but see that, and this, if you look, this doesn't say that it's been resolved.
Oh, you're right. Why doesn't it? Oh, found safe. It says up top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My bad, because I don't know how to read.
It says she was last seen at the streets of Indian Lake.
Yeah.
On June 17th at 9 p.m.
Which was a shopping center.
Oh, that one. I remember that now.
Check Sumner County, widen the search. But, his victim had to be a Hendersonville. And it would make sense if it you know, God forbid, it was somebody's child. But it would make sense that this arrest came short. Well, wait. By the messages, they're saying that because the girl disappeared, that's what made them even look into him after he met up with her. It doesn't tell us when he met up with her, though. Right. After he got home, police showed up to his house. They asked what he knew about the girl because she had gone missing. I wonder when he went to meet up with this girl.
Well, the police showed up at his house, so we know that he was arrested on the 20th, but they didn't announce it until the 26th. So were they at his house prior to the 20th then? Or was the 20th when they went to his house? That's what I don't understand.
Right.
Because they arrested him on the 20th. Were they there prior and then went back on the 20th, arrested him, and now we're just hearing about it yesterday?
Well, and if you think about it, again, the TBI back in March started an entire internal affair operation for predators online. Mm-hmm. What took a week? 2 old crows, sorry. I mean, what's okay? Walks with dogs, sleuthing? I don't know what you're saying, Layla. So, but the thing is, so this guy is a predator. They found him. TBI does an entire operation in March to take down online predators. They did a search warrant at some point. We have to wait until they give us more information on him.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if this is going to be like a federal case or if it'll be a case in Tennessee.
Well, across the state lines, wouldn't that make it federal?
I would think so, since the U.S. Marshals were actually the ones that busted in his house.
Ooh.
Yeah. I'm
so glad they got this creep.
Oh, me too.
If you guys saw these messages, they're so graphic, I can't even show them. That's how, I mean, there's just, even if you block them out, Jay, they're so graphic. It's
yeah, like, you can't even reread them. You can't even bleep them out. They're
that horrible.
Awful. I can't imagine some creep talking to my daughter like that.
No.
Oh
I
my
have 2
God.
daughters. No, I would wring a neck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, this is horrible. Right, imagine how many never get caught. Oh,
Yeah.
and even what the TBI said, I think they identified 20 victims of children that were victims of online predators, but they were still searching for 15 maybe. It's been a bit since we played it. But that's like oh, and this is why you're supposed to watch your kids online. So when Seth Rogers is out here saying, "Oh, somebody breathing down his neck, and he didn't have headset, and he was playing this game, and now it was this game, and this is horrible."
Yeah. Well, wanted to clear out a phone and give him Call of Duty Mobile. You know.
Right. And was going to hand him a burner phone that Katie and Chris would have been unaware of.
For unlimited access.
Look at this.
Scary.
Look up couple arrested harboring runaway teen. February 2024 was the town where Sebastian used to go to school.
Mm.
That
What?
cone.
Harboring a runaway?
Wow. Let's see.
You know, people have said that throughout this whole case. Like, I wonder if someone he met is taking him in, and I just think that's sounds like a movie. But damn.
Something to discuss too, real quick, is the whole game thing with consoles.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a CD to put into the console, it's a downloaded game. That means that you have internet. That means that your system's connected to the internet. That means you're talking to people.
Yeah.
Xbox Live is $19 a month to play games if you don't have the CDs for it. So you're talking to people.
Right. Which, again, why does Seth Rogers want us to believe so badly that Sebastian was not talking to anybody? Was it like parental guilt? Did he feel guilty knowing that he allowed his child to speak to strangers online?
I'm not going to say anything on that. I
I
believe
have
it.
an opinion on that. I have an opinion on that.
Yeah,
What do
go
you
ahead.
think?
I think, I mean, to be fair, which people don't think I'm ever fair to Seth, but to be fair, I think that, if you were a slack parent with things that could be dangerous to your kid and your kid goes missing and you're put on the spot, you might embellish.
Yeah.
If
I
you don't
agree.
think that's the reason he went missing and it's not going to be relevant, that you may just embellish because, I mean, who wants to sit there and say,
I fucked
I didn't
up.
monitor him. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I gave him free reign, even though maybe in his mind he knows that's not what happened.
Right.
In all fairness, he could just be saying that just to save face. Because, I mean,
Guilt.
what
Right.
parent's going to sit there and go, I was perfect. You're not,
No.
but you don't want to admit those things when your kid's missing.
That's true.
I
don't recall Chris ever saying he has zero internet access. I think what they said is they control his internet access.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard too.
Lockdown.
Which, and let's be honest here, it is far more common for parents to be more like Seth than it is for them to be like Katie and Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was kind of leaning with my kids too.
Y'all, it's difficult. And I can't even imagine nowadays. My kids are in their 20s. I can't imagine what you guys go through with younger kids.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what these kids do. They set up accounts and then they set up what they call burner accounts where their parents can't find them. That's what they do.
They have them on the side in case they get taken away.
That's where they do like all their it's kind of like me. Like I got a backup drama channel where I'll drag these people for filth. So you're kind of like hiding your dirty deeds. Like these kids have these alter ego accounts set up. They're called burner accounts.
They're not
I was floored
stupid.
when my daughter was telling me about that because there was a situation where one of her girlfriends, couldn't be found. And I said, let's check her social media. And my daughter goes, oh yeah, her burner account. I'm like, her burner account? What are you out here doing? And here they all make up second accounts that hide from adults. Yeah.
And I said earlier that I turned into being a gamer I just want to clarify this too, because it was going around that I was back in the Summer Wells case. I was being accused of things. I don't play games with kids. When kids
Oh,
come into the lobby, I leave.
Dude, you don't have
Eh,
to explain that. There's a lot of
yeah.
adults that play games and don't play with kids. That's
y-
ludicrous.
That's such a stupid thing to even put on you.
well, not what I'm saying is it's just not. It's not every adult that does it.
Right.
It's the predator people, ones
Right.
that do that.
Right.
Not for nothing. I played with kids before, and they're ruthless. That's why I don't want to play with them. These kids are so mean on these games. My son put me on his Fortnite account one time, and these kids were cursing me out. They were mean.
Well, think of this too. We heard how Seth talks when he thinks he's not being recorded, or so you guys seen that, right?
Right. Oh yeah.
Okay,
Seth and
so
Chris,
think of what
they
he
both talk that way.
think what he does when he's online,
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's one
talking
of
to
those mean
complete
little bully
strangers.
kids.
Talking shit. Mhm.
Yeah.
But with Seth being around, I mean, Sebastian being around,
Oh, what he can hear.
right?
Right.
Well, I don't think he had any holds barred when it came to video games, because if you're going to turn on blood mode at 5 years old
Yeah, that's
to
sick.
set an example, I don't
But
think
yeah,
you're
I
going to
mean,
have like any, I don't think you're
right.
going to hold back.
I don't think he cares much what could be heard anywhere. He doesn't seem. I mean, his own friend said it. Like there are people that know him that said he had no like social awareness. He would just speak how he would speak. Like that is Seth. He's inappropriate. He's dark humored. And then the other friend comes out and says he's a regular country man. That threw me off. Like,
He's
oh,
country,
really? He's country.
not Southern. He's country. I guess you have to be from the South to be Southern. And he's from, where's he from anyway? Where was he born? Virginia? That's Southern.
Listen, at 15, I mean, there's nothing wrong with cursing. If people want to curse, they curse. All right, that's not. I don't think the cursing is what's being spoken about here.
Well,
Thank
Granny.
you, girl.
Granny. What was
Yeah.
Sebastian's first word?
Oh, that's right.
on.
You got it there.
Come on.
According to Seth, his first word was a curse word.
Proudly, man. That's written in the baby book. I mean, what was that?
And then the next word was daddy. And then the last one was bottle.
Mhm. No mama.
There was a question about if Sebastian had a phone. Yeah, he had a phone.
He did, yeah. And then Seth said he was going to give him a secondary phone that he wasn't limited on, that he was going to sneak him a phone.
But Granny, can we talk about that for a second?
Let's do it.
How do we know that that plan didn't already come to fruition?
That's what I'm saying. Why else would he bring it up while his son's disappeared? I think people say the most when they don't realize it.
He said that Sebastian said, "No, Dad, that's not a good idea."
Yeah.
Sebastian said that? No,
That's
Dad,
what he
not
said.
a good idea.
Yeah. That's how he followed up the burner phone explanation. He said, "I told him, son, I'll clear this phone right now and give you Call of Duty Mobile." And Sebastian said, "Dad, no, it's not a good idea."
Like okay, come on.
And then when I said that, when I talked about it, people in my chat said he was probably scared of Chris and Katie finding out. And I thought, no, the kid would be willing to take a chance for mobile Call of Duty.
If he was that, I mean, come on. Kids hide stuff from their parents all the time. It just sounds like Sebastian had more common sense than Seth did, if you ask me.
The kid loved video games. He's going to turn it down? Mm-mm.
Right. He's going to turn down unlimited access to a video game? Come on.
Right.
I mean, he did.
And Call of Duty is online, so.
Yeah, it is. You have to be attached online to play Call of Duty.
My brother-in-law just lost his account, and he doesn't do anything, and someone hacked his account. So it's online.
You know what my son told me, though? That even if you're logged out, like let's say Seth was logged out of his PlayStation 5, so Sebastian couldn't log into his account while he was at work. Let's say he took that precaution. All Sebastian would have to do, because he would have his own profile, he could log in on anybody's console online as himself, play, log out, and no one would ever know he was on the console.
Right.
And I didn't know that worked that way either. I was kind of thrown by that. I'm like, these kids have so many options to work around parental controls.
Yeah.
Well, And here's the other thing with that, right? So does the TBI, do they know that Seth Rogers said a lot of times Sebastian would play under his account? And if Sebastian's playing under Seth's account, then Sebastian's playing with adults that Seth played with.
Right.
Us country folks don't claim Seth.
Oh man.
I do post that up. I hope you go and vote on it. I don't know why. I mean, I get you're unhappy with the discussion here, but that you can just click out. I'm glad you stay. But listen, I'm not saying Chris and Katie are innocent. I just see far more wavering red flags when it comes to Seth. And it is Seth who has been inconsistent with Sebastian's online presence. He's the one that has lied to us relentlessly about it. It started off with he only played, one person games that were like Batman and Spider-Man. Then it was, oh no, he played first shooter games and followed other people on internet, but he didn't have a headset, so he wasn't talking to anybody. Then it was, oh no, he did have a headset. And, I mean, there's been
You can go on and on. It's such a cluster.
Right. And then he's crying he never got his devices back, and he wanted everybody to know how badly he wanted his device, the gaming devices back, because Seth Rogers is going through gamer withdrawal, but he's not, because he purchased himself a very nice new gaming system and a computer after he allegedly gave Michaela $12,000.
So he still hasn't gotten the original systems back, as far as we know?
Last we heard, he hadn't.
Yeah. I hadn't heard anything since that either.
Yeah.
Yeah. If not, then there's evidence on there or something.
Well, and to be fair, to be quite fair here, Chris is the one that said Sebastian did not, like, they gave Sebastian internet access when he was allowed to have it, that they had the passwords and he had to earn it and all that stuff. Well, Chris hadn't been home for a month. So who's to say Katie wasn't more lenient too?
True.
Yeah.
True. True.
Yeah, because the dogs didn't have to sleep in the pen. Right? It was a little looser when Chris was away.
Right.
Which I'm sorry.
But wait a second. Wait.
What?
I just thought of something. You guys talking about it, and I'm still going through the videos and what they're saying in my head. And didn't she say that night before he went to bed he put the dogs away?
No, he said goodnight to the puppies. Good night, Mom. Good night, puppies.
Okay. Okay.
And then Chris told her to put the dogs up and go to bed.
Right. So did they get? Oh, okay. Okay.
But what we were questioning, Vestiges, is that we knew that the dogs didn't sleep in the pen when Chris was away. So why did he tell her to put them in the pen that night?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say next was, well, why did they get put up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or did they get put up?
Or could it have just been maybe Chris didn't know they didn't get put up?
Right.
And she lied and said she put them up. Like, you know what I mean? We don't know. Like, what kind of issue was with those dogs being put up at night? That could have been a pet peeve of Chris. Like, no, they go in their pen at night,
Right. Well, I got a thing about Chris too, but anyways, that's the whole tuck my bed in a certain way. It's got to be so tight that I can bounce a penny off of it. So you understand what I'm.
That poor kid had like complete opposites. He went from sounds like strict, yes sir, to do whatever the hell you want, lay around in your underwear, curse, play games all night. It's a free for all. Here's your snacks, It just sounds like two complete opposites, and how confusing for a kid that doesn't have any disabilities, let alone, because kids need consistency, right?
Right.
And he had the exact opposite of consistency at both homes.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I've always said I think Seth intentionally undermined everything Katie and Chris did as parents because he was resentful.
Yep. I agree with you.
He was lazy. I mean, that's one of the problems Katie had with him. But then on the other hand, we do hear this angry disciplinary side of Seth, right? We hear about the man that at 5 years old, when the child didn't clean his room, he said he was going to beat his ass, and then showed him a video game to show him what a real ass beating is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We heard about the kid that Katie came home and packed up to take to the pool, but he was supposed to be grounded. So Seth came and ripped him out of the pool. And we heard Seth himself say that he was punishment. So it's kind of hard. And I mean,
Yeah,
no
if we didn't
wonder.
have all of that, I would say he was just more lenient because he felt that Sebastian was too tight at home, you know.
Right.
But we have all of that background, which
Well, I think
hard
he's
to
just
ignore.
I think he was a lazy parent that, I mean, in my opinion, just spent more times gaming and playing. I don't feel like many of these parents got to know Sebastian as the 15-year-old boy he was. You know, I mean, Jay, you've had teenagers and you've had teenagers for Siege. You know, they get to a certain age where they're a little more private, they're a little less, talkative with you. They're in their room longer. You know, they
Mhm.
kind of cut
Yep.
off
They're
from you.
becoming young men, you
Right.
know.
They don't want to be
Right.
bothered much with you. And it sounds like on one hand, you had Chris and Katie breathing down the kid's neck, not letting him find that independency. But then on the other hand, you had Seth allowing him to have too much independence.
Yeah. How does a kid learn boundaries that way?
Especially one that's high functioning autistic.
Yeah, it's
Think of
confusing.
this. Think of this. I have 2 female daughters, single father. You think
Oh,
they're going to come to me about anything?
right. Yeah.
Right.
I had to go to them and say, "Hey, what's going on today?
Mm-hmm.
Talk
You
to me."
do.
You're not. No, 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 no. You're going to put your phone down. You're going to talk with me.
Yep. Good for
You do
you.
have to force it.
You do. You have to say, put that thing down. I mean, like I said, I don't have teenagers now. I can't even imagine. But my kids grew up in the time, like my son had Xbox. There was no online
Right.
at that time, and then they had Blackberries and they had Razor phones and it was just so different. I
Way
just can't
different.
imagine, waiting for your kid to now come to you with all of this out there at their disposal. You got to check in with them, man, at the very least,
And honestly, these children it's a disservice not to allow your children internet access because they're literally being raised on it. Schools are doing it all through the internet.
Mhm.
I mean, everything is based around internet nowadays.
Yeah.
It all started with the COVID.
Yep.
Yeah.
That messed up everything. It
Well,
really did. It magnified everything.
yeah. It just pushed us into using more technology than
Yeah.
what we was in.
I mean, if you
before
think
that.
about from the predator aspect, you
God.
think
yeah.
about, these people that get involved in church groups and
It's
they
like
go
a
where the
fucking
kids are.
buffet.
Yeah, they go where the kids are, right? But over COVID, they couldn't go anywhere.
So they went online. That's where the
Yep.
kids were. Online.
Roblox and all. Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
scary.
Well,
I
Linda,
commend you parents that have kids you're dealing with this.
oh, it's so hard. It really is because you don't want to desocialize them and make them like the outcast of what society has normal nowadays, which is these internet babies. I mean, most of these kids are socializing through these. You're almost like the left out loser if you're not on the Snapchat group or you're not. You know what I mean? It's like
It's
really
just the
sad.
way of the world now. Yeah.
It is. It is. I'll never forget. My son was begging for a phone at 10. I'm like, you're not getting a phone. You don't need a phone. What do you need a phone for? But all his friends had phones, and I'm like,
Mhm.
well.
Well, look at my
That's
granddaughter. She's 5. She has an iPad.
See, that's insane, Jay. I mean, you go to restaurants nowadays and you see the damn babies on iPads.
Oh my God.
What happened to bringing their little, the counting blocks with you and you played with them at the table and not anymore.
Right.
I mean, I kid you not when
Nuts.
I tell you all that my 8-year-old son knew more about YouTube than I did. At one point, he even edited my about section to add his little gaming thing. And I'm like, how the hell do you even how do I do that? Like he's the one that told me how to go live on YouTube. These kids know more than
Yeah,
us.
when my son was 10, he's 25 now. When he was 10, he was unboxing. He had a channel called Ryan Unboxes.
See,
And he would unbox.
ahead of his
stuff.
time.
Yep.
It's insane.
It is. It is. I appreciate you letting me come up and talk about this though, because it was really bothering me. I wanted someone to talk about that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I
Yeah,
mean,
we'll definitely keep an eye on it. See what's
and then the whole lights thing. All right, so maybe they weren't flashing lights, but then again, maybe the
Mhm.
lights in the CCTV weren't flashing either.
right. It means we don't know what we don't know, and it takes me right back to square one. And it's
Which is aggravating. I think the fact is that we don't have many facts, and unfortunately, we are 4 months and 1 day in. Ellie, TBI, nobody has done any statements at all, and it's leaving everybody to come up with their own things, their own theories. And you got Betty out there acting like a whole damn fool. Did you see
oh
that with
my
Betty?
God.
chasing
Yes.
down Bowersox, saying that he was stalking her when she was actually stalking him.
Dude, she got out and went up to his thing, and he's like, "How am I following you when you're behind me?"
That's what I kept saying. So Queen came on earlier and broke it down. If you look, Betty's the one sitting in that parking lot where she admits the next day she was given a heads up that the Bowersox were headed there. She pulls out when the Bowersox pull, and then she's behind them and jumps out like a maniac, like a legit maniac. That woman's ballsy.
It was I mean, it's to the point where it's concerning to me.
Yeah. And then to go back in her car and talk about buying a gun
In the middle of the road.
in the middle of the road. No fucks
She
given.
said, and then he went through that light. She's like, "You better go through that fucking light." I'm like, "Oh my God."
I go through all the lights to get away.
What
from
if he didn't? What would have transpired if he
What would
didn't?
have happened?
Oh my God. It would have escalated for sure.
It is scary. It is honestly scary but that's the level of hate that the internet has created for these families.
Wow.
I mean, these are the grandparents. It's not even the biological parents at this point.
And people went after me for sending a text asking if someone had a comment.
Right.
Damn.
You didn't push them.
I was trying to be as non-invasive as possible, you know?
Well, to be fair, she's literally out here hunting people down, which is what Betty's
In their
known for.
neighborhood.
In their own neighborhood.
Mm-mm.
I mean, does anybody believe it's coincidental? She ended up behind them saying, "You're stalking me." Like what?
And look at Joe Madre's comment.
Cars were all wonky behind her, trying to get away from her.
They were all they
like,
were
it's
all
not-
like on angles and shit behind her, and I was like, "What's that?"
crazy.
It looked like an accident happened behind her.
It was nuts. And then to top it off, her saying, "Oh, isn't this what they did to JLR?" Well, to be fair, even in that case, yes, they were, it looked like they were seeing who JLR was. This is right after their grandchild disappeared, and you have all these people snooping around their home
Horrible.
on repeat.
Horrible.
I want to know who it was too.
Yeah, I would too.
You know?
Horrible. Horrible.
Yeah,
These are 60-some-year-old people that may not have anything to do with this.
Right.
You drive slow past my house. I'm walking out there too.
Right.
Wait, and she walks up to his car in a shirt
With Chris's
his
face.
son's.
And he still remained respectful to her. Like, I would have been like, "Listen here, you fucking
I
raggedy ass,
know.
nut ass." You know what I mean? But he still was like, "Prove it. Like, what are you
Right,
doing?"
he was
He
like,
kept his
"What is
cool.
wrong with you?" Wow.
And this is, and again, rather you like the way Chris acts or not, the fact of the matter is every situation we've seen or heard of Chris confronting somebody, he still remains somewhat respectful in doing so. Unlike me, I mean, I would have been cursing like a
I would have
maniac.
had it. I would have had it by now. 4 months of this.
Oh my gosh. I know. And then Betty's saying, "I'm from Skid Row. Try me, motherfucker."
Do you have that clip of her confronting him, Handy?
Actually, yes. Let me
I'd love
grab
to
it.
see it again.
She's nuts, dude. And then
I
when
try
she
not
said,
to give her any attention because I just absolutely can't stand her.
I
But-
can't watch her.
But this confrontation is so concerning. It's like I can see this being played in a courtroom one day.
I know. And honestly, it should be.
Mm-hmm.
It should be because she's just fucking nuts.
For
Betty.
real.
I'm
And then
proud-
I heard her saying something in one of her lives where she was like, I haven't protested in 2 years. And it's like, why don't you change your name then? Because that's what your whole channel is like revolved around, is you and your freaking bullhorn.
Right.
It's aggressive. Like even her channel name is aggressive.
Everything about her's aggressive.
It is.
Her manic laugh is aggressive when she's
It
like,
sucks the literal life out of
"Oh
you.
my God."
Oh, wait. And I want to say, too, I listened to Queen talking about the cop and how she said, how she was like, oh, yeah, he told me Jonathan's is better than Texas Roadhouse. But she just couldn't wait to say Jonathan.
She just wanted to say his name a few
Yes.
times.
Yes.
She
Spot
does
on, Queen.
Every single live she does, she brings up JLR, Magnolia, Queen, Clue, every single stream. And this is what drives me nuts about people like Betty. She claims she doesn't want the drama. She's strictly about the case. She's a professional, but all she does is the damn drama. It was actually JLR that told me, "Listen, let these people say what they do. If I acknowledged every single person that says something about me, I'd be live. Not
Oh my
I
gosh.
would have destroyed my channel growth. You can't.
You
can't
destroy
do it.
yourself.
It does.
I mean,
Listen,
you
I've
really
been-
would.
I've been fucked up the past few days. Ever since they got to me that day, I've been
I know,
fucked up.
hon. Everybody has their breaking point. They do. You can
It
only
does.
take so much.
It really gets to you, like, more than I think people realize. It's so mentally exhausting.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to turn it off. You really just
yeah.
have to turn it off and just not read it.
That's what happened. I hadn't been paying attention, and that's why they had to come over here and, kind of
Put it in your face.
Right,
Yep.
right, and leave you with no choice but to respond. But that's all right. So here's
You're
this
good.
maniac setting up. She's literally in the parking lot of the shopping center that she later admits she knew the Bauer Sox were on their way to.
But she got pulled over in front of Jonathan.
Jonathan's.
But
right.
did you see too, if you watch the cop when he's talking to her, like she hopped out of there because she didn't want anybody to hear.
Right.
So, but he kept motioning with his arm like in a circular motion, almost
get
like
the hell
he's
out of here,
saying like
lady.
you're driving around, like, and he did it like 3 separate times when he's talking to her, almost like he's trying to get a point across. Look, you're driving around here, like this is his area. That's kind of the feeling I got. I was really watching his body language, and he didn't smile once.
No, he's not smiling. Even the way he approaches her is kind of aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he's like, "What are you doing here, you crazy bitch?"
Yeah, if you watch his arm movements, you can tell when people start using their arms, it's because someone's not getting the point, right?
Right.
And you can tell he starts to use his arms more.
I'm a people person. Like, I'm a people watcher. I love like watching people and just imagine what their conversations are. And look, he got his hand up at her. He's not playing with her right now. This is like when my father used to yell at me and he point his finger. That's like what he's doing right now. Like, listen here, bitch.
Right. This is what you're doing.
On.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
This is the effect it's having.
Our town's already tired.
Right.
Look, you're circling around. There he goes. He's telling her.
Yes, that's the first circle.
you're circling around the town. Right there.
There it is.
He's telling her.
That's precious. I love it.
I'm surprised our First Amendment audit stuff didn't kick in.
She was out there for a while too. And she wants us to think he's telling, oh, yeah, just go over to Jonathan's. They make a really good rare steak.
Yeah, that was just him showing her how they make the mashed potatoes there, guys.
Yeah.
Nothing
more. He's like, look, you're driving. Look, he's showing her something.
Yeah.
She's all aggressive. Look at her.
Look, now she's pointing like, well, the Bauer stocks are parked right over there, sir. I've been stalking them.
Well, I was told it was Texas Roadhouse that had the best steak, officer.
Right.
Nope, like, it's Jonathan's.
Jonathan. But at what point do you see this cop laughing hysterical with her and telling her she's doing a great job?
No, she's actually getting kind of in his space, if you want to know my opinion.
Yeah, you can see her hands moving too. She's getting annoyed. Look, you keep pushing. That's what he's saying to her.
He's going to circle again. Watch. I think he's got one more circle left.
You're driving around.
He's trying to get her to understand. You're dealing with a psycho, officer.
She's shaking her head. Her head, no. No. Yep.
Officer, I am protected by the Constitution of the United States of America.
I'm headed to a Trump rally in a day.
I have signs,
my local
officer.
School boards. Do you know JLR? He's stalking me.
Did you guys ever figure out what was hanging in her back window? Dangling?
God, no. But if she really cared about Sebastian, why wouldn't she have like a big thing of Sebastian written on the back or his
while she's driving around? Yeah.
Right. Look, right here, Betty's like, you don't understand. These people on YouTube,
they have a missing child. This is all about the child.
I have a constitutional right, legally
I
and
had
lawfully.
I had one foot in the easement.
And the cop's like, ma'am, listen.
She does have a sign in the car with Sebastian says on it.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
So what's this deal with the old flyers? Explain this to me.
Oh, yeah. So she holds up and waves an old flyer, as an outdated flyer.
What makes it outdated?
It has the wrong information about Sebastian on it.
It does?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the first one that came out.
Yeah. The clothes on that were wrong, and so was his his weight?
Is that the one where Seth said he had 10,000 flyers?
Yes. And that's where Betty got these flyers.
He gave her the old flyers.
Yep. That he literally did nothing with.
Why isn't he with her?
They went out to eat one day.
I know, but why aren't they together? Like, I thought they were a
Searching.
team.
Right. Why aren't they physically searching?
Were those
Instead
the
of searching
flyers
for
that
places to
Seth was going to
search.
mail to everyone when he got their address?
Oh, please.
I got
Listen.
stacks of flyers. I'll mail them to you. I just need your address,
Go to Staples and
your
get
social
your own.
security number, your date of birth, and a
And
drop
a
of
Venmo
blood.
or Cash App. Look,
And your
right
left
here,
arm.
Betty walks away from the cop. Look. Tell me they're having a friendly
Oh,
conversation.
yeah.
Betty steps back and look, the cop's like, no, bitch. Listen.
He stepped right back in. Oh,
He stepped right back into her
oh,
spot.
she's walking away. She's walking away from him.
And
Am I
he's like,
being
"I'm telling
detained?
you, we get one more call on you.
If you're
I'm
not
working
detaining me, then shut the fuck up.
Am I free to go? You're dismissed.
lawfully and lawfully, sir. You're not going to tell me differently." The cop's like, "Yeah, fuck you, bitch."
He's like, whatever. This chick's
gonna
crazy.
go
Then he
one
You're
sits there.
dismissed.
He sits there for 10 minutes behind her.
He's probably calling his buddies like, "Here's the psycho." I can't unsee Eileen Warnos is all I see now. That's all I see.
Oh God, you're right. She's
I
very
mean-
manic. I mean, in all seriousness, it is very, very,
It's on canon.
it's very manic and scary.
Tell me these aren't twins.
Oh my God, that's frightening.
Even when Betty gets the bug eye and the manic laughing.
Yeah, that manic laugh is scary.
I know.
Look at that mugshot. The blue.
Eileen was nuts, man.
Woo, was she ever?
She show and look, twins. I'm telling you. So this is where Betty's gonna hold up the flyer, and she's like, "I got flyers."
And this is the wrong flyer. This is the old ones.
Yeah, she's showing you how she has such a big stack of them. Well, ma'am, that means you're not doing anything with the stack if you got a stack that big.
Oh my God.
I thought it was my iPad and no problem. Why isn't the gift showing up? As speech just a little. Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. Don't worry about it. I don't know what's going on with it. We'll figure it out for you. But yeah, she's showing this big stack of outdated flyers.
Don't tell me Bullhorn Betty doesn't come in here and kick ass.
Don't tell me somebody's not nuts when they refer to themselves as third person.
Why does she do that?
Because she's nuts.
It's like she has a second personality.
Maybe it's her fifth. Her fifth personality. There's something wrong with her.
Good grief.
I've been working my ass off in this freaking 99-degree heat while these boo-boos have been sitting at home trying to follow me, trying to figure out
Why
what
are
I'm
you trying
doing.
to
And
sound
then
Southern?
No, I was going to say the same thing.
Wait,
You hear her? She
Is
puts on the
Bullhorn
big
Betty,
makeup.
she country now?
After talking to that cop and him putting her in her place, she's trying to be.
Oh,
I'm so sorry I said something.
No, she does do that though. She changes the way she speaks to it's bizarre. It's bizarre. She's weird.
I'm sorry, you haven't been there long enough to actually catch on to that accent. So I'm sorry.
Not only that, but like she's like, I've been sweating my ass off. She's done nothing but drive around and sit in a hotel room, digging into their free continental breakfast. That's
she's
it.
sweating because she's manic.
Right. Right. Believe me.
Her
I'm
energy is
sorry.
off the chain.
Anybody
man.
who's running around in 99-degree weather as women, we don't keep our hair down. You can't. It sticks to your neck.
She's just, she doesn't care. She's like on this mission and
Yeah.
she's running on this like adrenaline she's got. It's weird.
This woman was on a mission running on adrenaline too. For sure.
That adrenaline was pumping like a mother.
Oh my goodness.
Yogurts.
on me for advocating for a little boy.
For a little boy.
Boy.
So that's the other thing that Queen
Come here,
pointed out.
boy.
Boy. Betty says, don't call the cops on me, as she randomly places a flyer on a random pole that nobody will ever see. And next thing you know, the cop's there. And she wants everybody to believe that quickly the internet called the cops on her. I think she waved that cop down, in my opinion.
Mm.
And the cop's like, yeah, bitch, we're aware of you.
She's got a whole concocted plan. I have no doubt.
Oh, yeah. She's conniving like that.
Mm-hmm.
So here she is again showing, wow, I got flyers. Like, okay, good. Go hand them out and do something. This is where it was pointed out that she's like staring in her rear view. See? She sees Bowersock here.
God,
She
look at
follows
the
him.
hairline. Ooh.
I know.
Sorry.
That's
Did I
rough.
say that out loud?
No, but listen, Jay,
Yeah.
all like seriousness,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If we were about to go to Tennessee or you're going somewhere and you know you're going to be streaming a lot and you're going to be on the camera a lot, wouldn't you take care of yourself before you go? Like do your hair, get your hair done?
Absolutely. And I wouldn't wear those big hoop earrings if I'm out searching and running around either. That's weird.
No, because she's not really doing anything. She's trying to look good for Seth. That's what she's trying to do.
But he's not even hanging with her. What's he doing?
Well, would you hang with her either?
Randy. Oh my God.
They're twins.
It's uncanny. Ugh.
Oh. So this is where Bowersox pulls out. Betty was already parked near them, spying on them. She sat here spying on them.
Yeah.
This is where she noticed it was him.
Oh, Terry Bowersox. Oh, you wanna come around?
She knew he was coming.
Right. How else did she know that quickly that was them? I would have never known that.
She was waiting for him to drive by. Wow.
So much so that she almost put her car in the drive before reverse. Check this out.
I was going to say that.
Oh, Terry Bowersox. Oh, you wanna come around?
Oh my God.
She's nuts. Look.
Oh, Terry Bowersox. Oh, you wanna come around here?
She put her car in drive at first. She's a maniac.
Wow.
She's a maniac.
And he was getting her license plate number because he's like, I want to know who's following us and driving around our neighborhood.
This, Eileen Warno's lookalike is fucking creeping around my neighborhood.
And they also say criminals return to the scene of the crime, and it's that area, right?
Which is why I understood why the Bowersox jumped out on JLR in the beginning. They had no idea who he was. He was creeping by the neighborhood.
Yeah.
This is why they jumped out on Binocular Bobby, too.
Binocular Bobby. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it sounds like from Bobby's account that neighborhood was just, like a parade of cars driving around.
Yeah. Yeah. And they were tired of it.
Mhm.
Right. Chasing down the person stalking and harassing you makes sense. I said the same thing. Who does that? So she gets all manic, goes flying.
Oh, look at who it is. It's Terry Bowersox.
This is where Betty became the stalker. Even if they did pull up behind her and take her license
She followed
plate,
them.
she now follows them in an aggressive manner. This is where she becomes the stalker. She got a text saying Terry was there. Right, she did, Tess. She later admits as much, that she knew they were going to be there.
Look who just pulled up.
Oh, big surprise.
In the same QX80.
QX80? The fuck's wrong with
Coming up, taking my tag plate. Let's turn it around on his tag plate.
Most of us say like in the same shop. Look, he's like
Terry Bowersox.
Terry
Bowersox right there.
Right.
Came up and decided to take my plate on.
Even YouTube's telling her shut up.
Yeah.
QX80, look.
QX80. Like, who the fuck says that?
So you want to know who's harassing who out here?
You bitch.
The proof is in the pudding. The
Who's from
Bowersox
Florida?
and the Proudfoots are the ones coming and harassing people.
I'm glad she knows the proof is in the pudding and not the damn yogurt. Can you stop scooping out to the bottom of that thing? It was gone. It was
Hey,
gone.
she got that from the laundry's attorney. The proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Which Florida made a law after her? I mean,
Right.
That's a bragging right there, bed. You
Look
never
who it
mentioned
is.
that one.
I'm from Florida, and I'm in his town, in his neighborhood, at his shopping center, and look who's following me. What the
Right.
hell is wrong with this lady?
and where he goes shopping.
People. That right there, my friend, is Terry Bowersox.
Why is she so heated?
She's nuts.
Came by and took a picture.
She doesn't need a
picture.
bullhorn.
Why are you taking my license plate?
Why are you filming me?
Right. He has a point. Why are you filming me?
Yeah, answer her. Answer him.
Right.
Because you came by and filmed me, Mr. Bowersox.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm in a.
And he still says ma'am.
Ma'am.
Ma'am. I would have been like, yes, whore. Now what?
I would have been like,
I
come
was
by my
like-
house again.
Right. You want some fucking steak? Come on by.
And he's just like, okay, is this light going to turn?
I know. He's just looking straight ahead like, what do I do now? It's weird.
Yes.
Why are you harassing me and following me?
Why are you?
Why are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
You notice she won't let the man speak?
Nope.
Let the
That's-
man speak.
His arms are flailing. Like, let me get a word in edgewise.
Right.
That's that
He's telling
protest
her.
coming out.
Oh, look at his face. He's like, who is this crazy bitch?
I know.
Oh my
mean,
God.
She's lucky he didn't pull some shit because he would have had a right to being aggressed in a hostile manner like that.
The way she
in the middle
approached
of
him.
Traffic?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
All those witnesses behind her, seeing her bust out of her car like that.
Yeah.
And listen,
Road
this man's
rage.
not named as a suspect.
Right. And you know what? And you know why this is happening, don't you? Because Seth Rogers called into Web Sleuths deliberately to say there's a rumor that your mom took Sebastian and then fired Chris up.
Yep. And then walked it back and said, no, I'm just trying to dead the rumor.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to dispel rumors.
That's all. We got to work together, Chris. And the whole panel gaslit that man. The whole panel did.
Yep.
He's really hurt that Chris took his woman.
He is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean his girl? She was a girl when he met her.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. And then Betty goes and posts his license plate pic in a group and said he's a pervert, Jay. Yep.
Wow.
Accusing
How
this
much
man
is
of
she
being
going
a
to be able to
pervert.
get away with, man? That's
I don't know. I don't know. When does somebody put a stop to this? Ugh.
I think Web Sleuths did the best they could with what they were dealing with at the
How
time.
it
I can't.
transpired.
Yeah, I can't down them for live streams because, man, look at me. I had that stupid Seth lady come up. You know what I mean? I mean, shit happens when you're live, and she tried to control it the best she could. And at that time, I mean, a lot of people were still snowed by Seth.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true. And people don't
can't blame
understand
her for
until you're
that.
on, like, they don't realize the spot we're put on. Like, it seems so easy just to kick somebody or handle it this way or that way, but it's really not.
Well, I mean, look at it. You know, Trisha has been talking to Chloe and Trevor Lee, and they were all working with Seth. So it makes sense that she would have that, you know, have Seth's back like that.
Right.
But things took a turn. You know what she said last night? I watched her last night, and she said, I don't like Chris or Seth. She said it straight up, and I was like, damn, that line's been drawn in the sand.
Wait, Web Sleuths did?
She did last night. She said, I don't like Chris or Seth.
Because she had Seth in her chat not that long ago, and she went off about on him and was like, I didn't understand that cease and desist. That was the most upset I've ever gotten, blah, 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 blah. And then offer for him to come up. And when he didn't, she was still like, we respect you here, Seth. You're welcome anytime. So I'm shocked to hear she kind of.
Yeah, she put it out there. I was like, damn.
Wow.
I think she's trying to be unbiased.
Yeah.
Because she was falling into that being one-sided situation.
Yeah, I think she's trying to say, I don't like any of them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, I'm looking at all of them now.
Which is how everybody should be. They're all suspects.
Right.
People get angry one way or the other, but the fact of the matter is they are all still suspects.
What drew me to them, everybody was saying Chris did something, was the fact that he said that he was the only one in the family that took a ride along. They did that to see his reaction to certain areas, if that is true.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
they wanted to see how he acted.
See, I have to disagree. I thought it was because it was right when Sebastian disappeared, and they needed somebody that Sebastian would respond to the voice of.
Right, but it was also to see how he would react to certain areas if he did anything.
Yeah, they probably drove him around, talked to him, and like, asked him questions about places to see if he acted strange. That could be it. But then you have to remember, too, Chris said that him and Seth drove around together searching, too.
Right, at the beginning, yeah.
Mhm.
Seth said that.
Was it Seth or Chris? Yeah, I knew one of them said they went out together.
Yeah, they went riding around together.
I thought it was for the simple fact that you normally don't want parents looking, and given that he was a stepfather, a voice that Sebastian would recognize, but not the biological parent, they brought him along. But now I can see.
That makes sense.
I can also see the other side, though, to see if he responded to anybody. But I don't know. I don't think any of them were suspects at that point.
I don't know what day that was. Was that like the second or third day? Because Chris didn't get there till later, the first day.
I
So
thought
we
it
don't
was
know.
the first day. I thought it was, that evening.
Oh, yeah, I didn't catch what day it was.
Yeah,
I mean, don't forget,
I didn't catch the day. I just heard the phone call.
Well, don't forget, Seth was kicked out of their command center for looking at their private devices and information. That's weird.
Yeah, that's very weird.
You know, they feel the need to kick you out. Like normally, if he was just looking, he's like a father grieving, he wants answers, they would understand that and say, don't do it again. But they actually kicked the man out, and then they haven't kept communication with him.
Mm-hmm.
That's shady.
Yeah, there's something with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
Listen, I won't be surprised when we find out at the end that Chris and Seth both worked together to make this happen. Just being honest.
It wouldn't surprise me either.
Okay. Are we allowed to put our opinions out, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Seth works with criminals. How many people in the past year that was mad at him that has left that facility?
And he looks like the type of security guard. I'm sorry. I know plenty of CEOs. I've never been in jail or prison, despite popular beliefs. Never been there. But I know people like Seth that think they're law enforcement. They think they're above you, and they think they're powerful with that badge on.
Right.
Hey, Siobhan.
Who's to say someone in the last year, I'm saying before this even happened, that he mistreated in there, and then they come out, and it's easy to look people up. He's he's in the public. He's law enforcement. Anybody can look you up.
And he did say, what did he say? He talks to criminals all day long. He gives them a chance, but once he finds out they lied to him or something weird, he says something weird about being in personal conversations.
They're still human, he says.
They're still human.
They're still human. They've done some bad things, but they're still human.
But he freely talks. He freely talks on to strangers. So why did you think he didn't talk about his personal life with these inmates?
I'm sure he talked about Katie every chance he got.
Right, and I want my kid, and she did me so dirty, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, the question is, did he keep in touch with anyone after they got out?
Burner phones.
You know, did he game with them when they got out?
I mean, to be fair, he did admit he has a burner phone. Who has a burner phone unless you're a criminal or a drug addict?
Burner phones.
Yeah.
You know? Who says that? Oh, I was going to clear up my burner phone to give it to him. Why? What burner phone for what?
That's just my opinion. That he said something to somebody while he was at work. When they got out, they didn't like him. This all could have came from that.
I mean,
that's my opinion. Yeah, it's just my opinion that
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's what happened. Not at all.
No, it's just a theory. It's a theory to explore. Nothing wrong with that. So let's finish Betty being all, badass
Crazy.
here.
Badass Betty.
Badass Betty.
How can I be following you when
you just were in the
I love that. When he
Me
said,
too.
how can I be following you when you're behind me? I love
Common
that.
sense.
That's so true. You idiot.
Following me when I'm conducting business.
How can I be following you when
you just were in the plaza? You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing.
So there it is, right? Listen to two things said. While I'm conducting business, bitch, you were trying to talk about Jonathan's steak. Okay, you weren't conducting business. Secondly, he just said, I've been over in that shopping center shopping. She later admits that she knew he was over there shopping. Betty did all of this for the clickbait and the conspiracies that she has. Yeah, she knew he was there shopping. She put a 1 in the chat if you think Betty knew that Bower Sox was going to be there that day. I think she knew. Yep. 1 for me.
His face says, I am so done with you.
Yeah. I mean, listen, imagine what these people are going through. You have the whole town already side-eyeing you,
Yeah, it's not fun, I'm sure.
All right. Like, leave this family alone. So he says, I was there shopping. She knew this.
You just were in the plaza. You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days.
Threatening?
I am right here, sir. Threatening me for 2 days. I am right here, sir.
I'm telling you, that is a face of a man that is not lying. He said that with his whole chest. Prove it. And then she says, I am sorry. And he says, good lady. Good lady. I think that's what he says, is it?
This man threatening me for 2 days.
Prove it.
I am right here, sir. Right here, sir.
Good lady.
Good lady.
So did he
What?
threaten her?
No.
How would he have threatened her? That's my question.
She's a nut.
I'm
She's
asking this
claiming-
question.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, where would she have had contact with him where he threatened her?
Right. No, she's a
She
liar.
doesn't ever say, like,
What she does, Jay, is if I go live about her, well, not really. She doesn't acknowledge me much. She tries striking me early on. But if Savage goes live, that was set up by QB. If QB goes live, it was set up by Clue. If Clue goes live, it was set up by the Proudfoots. And because the Proudfoots are related to the Bauer Sox, all of them are threatening her.
and I'm just straight up having an affair.
Right, and you're having an affair. and making overlays of penises.
Oh yeah, that in dribble sound effects.
Oh my goodness, I love that. Maybe this is nuts though. Nobody's doing this to her. She's the one she's the one that threatened people. She did, and she's the one that's stalking
Every time she goes live.
every single time. I love how Jay said, I'm just over here having an affair.
You guys are conspiring against her. I'm just having an affair.
Oh, somebody clicked where I said, oh my God, you just hear what she said about Jay? You've had something in your mouth too long? I'm like over explaining because I'm just shocked that this bimbo would even say that shit. I'm like, you know what that means?
Yeah. You're like,
Nobody else picks up
whoa. Wait a minute.
Listening back to that clip, I'm so embarrassed by myself. I'm like, she just said
Oh
that she has JLR's thing and her thing. It's like, what is this bitch doing?
Your clip was perfect too. Potato clipped it for me, and I said, I don't know if I'm going to use that in my video, but once I made the video, it fit right in. So thank you.
So baffled. I'm like, what the fuck?
It was such a raw reaction. It was great.
I will say, when I met JLR, he did say that you're one of his really good friends and that he adores you. That is
Oh, you
one
guys
thing
met?
Yeah.
I didn't know
With
that.
Daniela Cavalcante.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
Oh,
I've known
yeah.
him for a long time.
Yeah, he said Jay's one of his best friends. He's known her for years. He really likes her. Because Molly got brought up, and I said,
Lord.
Are you still friendly with any of them? Are you friends with anybody on YouTube, any other creators? And he said, Jay's for Justice. That's my friend. He said, yeah, he said that. He said, you've been friends for years. You live in the same area.
Yep.
Your affair was great. So you're just
Yeah. It ended well. We're still friends.
We're still friends.
It's one of those dealios that ended well.
Oh my God.
I guess, yeah, in Betty's world though, man, she is losing her mind over him. And it cracks me up because he never publicly claimed her.
No, never. Never. And that's what I said back in December when she came out with all of this. And she lied about having a SWAT call to her place. It was really a mental health awareness check because she was online. And she said during that to the police that it was her ex, Jonathan Lee Richards, and they spelled it wrong, but we all knew it was JLR. Yeah, and it was the funniest thing I seen. But I'm like, wow, this is what it is. And then she went on how JLR has all these different hoes and different area codes, and Aunt Mary in the woods, and she even started saying Heels, God rest her soul, was Aunt Mary in the woods, and she went unhinged, mentioning all these affairs JLR's having, and I'm like, they're not affairs. He's not married.
Right. Let him
affair.
have fun. What's it to anyone else?
Well, I loved it for the one reason that a lot of people were out here saying JLR was gay. So when they found out JLR's getting more ass than all of them,
He made this bitch crazy.
I mean, he got her good.
Oh my.
See, at first I thought so too, and I was like, "Well,
Checkmate.
I can communicate with him a little better." And then it was like, "Oh no, maybe not."
Oh, I love it. She does hate Magnolia. She is so jealous of
She's
Magnolia.
so jealous.
No, apparently they weren't. She was a thing with JLR. He was there, wasn't he? Wasn't JLR in the Quentin Simon area too?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Dolly was there, I think, in that one.
Yeah.
Well, the best was when Betty was like, and I fixed his pipes. She's going over doing all the manly jobs for JLR.
Gene, I don't think he ever married her. I think that was just the name they used online. She used his last name. That was years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, he didn't marry
okay.
her. She just went by Naomi Riches. It's not. I don't think that was really his wife.
No, I don't think he was ever really married.
No.
But even like I said, if JLR's flying all these different areas, has all these different women, well, Betty, you're the idiot that said, and all you women, he won't acknowledge any of you. He doesn't claim any of you. You were one of them. He didn't claim you.
And they went to all those Trump rallies together. So him and Betty were like doing the traveling to these rallies.
That's the best part, Jay, is that at the last rally, he brought Magnolia.
He did.
He brought Magnolia, and he said to Betty, I'm bringing my moderator. She wants to see what a Trump rally is. Be kind to her. And then Betty figured out that they were dating. I guess she could feel the vibes or something was off. Oh, she said JLR went into her purse. And that's when he knew they were on a more personal level than he admitted to.
Oh,
she was like stalking their movements at the Trump rally.
She was like, wait a minute.
But how brave is JLR to bring two of his bitches to say
He's so funny.
He's got some big ones, I'll tell you that.
I tell you, he must, because that was some shit.
But he's always calm, cool, and collected.
You would never even know. You would never even know.
I think that's the thing I like about him doing.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I even tried getting some shit out of him. I'm like, so tell me about that. What's the guy's name he has the lawsuit against? He ruined his whole channel over it. When he named Queen, that JLR threatened Queen in his thing, but he really didn't.
I don't know.
Somebody in the chat knows. He did give me some scoop behind that, but I'm like, damn, everything I was hearing about JLR just wasn't true. Because he's like, well, no, I did serve the guy and his mother, but he lives in his mother's basement. Unirock. Yeah. So like everybody's out here like JR, threatened Unirock's mom and sent her a letter. Yeah, he served her house where he lives. Like there were so many things that, and the biggest misconception is he didn't blink. He definitely blinked. I'm like, oh, he blinks. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. Unirock, yeah. So I found out truth about all of that, and he was a very nice guy. He wasn't inappropriate. He was, it was normal. I miss what's with Trump, but yeah, they're Trumpers. Yeah.
I think that Magnolia has been definitely like a positive in his life, and also with his business, his channel, and everything.
She's the reason his channel's where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
They work really well together.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. I think it's cool.
I think it's really good for him. I mean, he's at that age where, listen, a lot of us experience things and we've gone through things, and JLR did his fuck ups and he's turned his life around. He's at that age where he's settled down. He has his woman. He has this nice home. He has this nice career going for himself. Let the man live.
Yeah. I mean, people really can't say too much because he doesn't ever lie about his past. He doesn't ever try to cover it up. He's straightforward. Right, buy the book. Buy the book. But I mean, for real, like we see so many people on YouTube who try to portray something they're not. It's refreshing, I think, to hear someone admit their past, not lie about it, not try to sugarcoat it, and just move on from it.
Right. And a lot of people hold it against, but aren't you happy when the system does what it does and reforms people? I know he hasn't made the best choices, and and a lot of people bring up, oh well, he has mental health issues. All right, well then forgive him.
Why are we making fun of that?
Right. Like if that's what caused him to do a lot of this outrageous behaviors, and then all right, he's older now, he's more mature, maybe he's following what he needs to follow to get himself straight, and now he's doing great.
But people
don't want that for people,
right? And people act like he was in prison for like murder or something.
Right.
It's like, if it was a violent crime, I could see it.
Right.
But it wasn't a violent crime.
No. Meanwhile, I know a guy in the true crime community that escaped jail off of a technicality, and he stabbed the mother of his child 9 times in her back in front of the babies.
Oh, that's so sad.
And people forgive that. So
it reminds me of what Danilo did to his ex.
Yeah, in front of the kids.
So awful.
Absolutely awful. I couldn't even fathom kids seeing that.
Mm-mm. They'll never be the same.
Nope. Oh, I couldn't even fathom. Well, speaking of never being the same, Mr. Bowersock's up here.
Yeah.
Why
he's
is she in
changed.
front of? Is this? Oh, this is her rental. Okay, I was going to say, why is she in front of his car now? They kind of look like. I'm not a car person, but are these the same cars?
No, he has an
No.
Infinity. She has a Chevy.
I don't know shit about cars. Except for how to put gas and start the key. That's it. Nothing.
She named off the model of his car because she's jealous.
Probably because we know she rented this car. Or is this her car that was busted down for like a year?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Part of
But
me
she
feels
said
bad.
one thing that pissed me off that
Oh,
she
no,
said
Aaron.
that I heard was my viewers will pay for my ticket.
Oh,
And I thought, how dare you just assume that people are gonna pay your shit?
that is so ignorant.
I'd be offended if I was one of her viewers. I'd be like, what?
Yeah, my viewers don't pay for shit.
Yeah,
The fuck's wrong with all of you?
You fuck up. You're
Just
paying
kidding.
your own damn ticket.
She did say that though. Just like she does. And this is what that's why she mentioned a steak dinner 5 times and how much she earned it. Because
Mhm.
every time she mentioned it, she'd get a damn cash app, especially being such a victim. A
Mhm.
victim
Go
of
treat
people.
yourself to a steak. You've worked so hard today.
They're trying to stop your truth and you won't let them. You're so brave and strong.
Look how unhappy Mr. Bowersox is.
It's sad.
It is sad.
Man's experienced a lot.
And we don't know what he knows.
Again,
in
if
the
he was
last
named
couple
as
months.
a suspect, then sure, get him. But he's not even named as a suspect.
Granny deserves a steak tonight.
I deserve a steak tonight.
You pay no hell. You watch this video, you deserve it.
We all deserve it. This is what we're dealing with here.
Mr. Bowersox deserves a steak tonight.
He does, seriously. He kept his cool, and I give him so much credit for that.
Yep.
He
That's
said,
not
"Good
an
lady."
easy situation to deal with right there.
What an insult. She wanted this man to curse her out and be nasty, and instead he says, good lady.
He didn't give her what she wanted, and good for him.
Nope. He did not feed into it. He sure didn't.
And that's what made her even more mad.
Yep. Because she wanted to show this mean, aggressive, bully guy, in her face, stalking her. And instead, she got a guy that said, prove it. And then said, all right, good lady. Good job. Bye, bitch.
Yep. Good for him.
Right. He called her ma'am. We could have came up with 1,000 other names for her, but he called her ma'am.
Yeah, I look at her and I think of a lot of things other than ma'am.
Right. Oh, you met him too, Gene? He looks good for his age. He does. He was out doing his daily, weekly shopping, and here comes this lunatic all the way from Florida.
But that's part of his character too, is how he is. He just polite to everybody.
If these were my parents, I would be livid.
Yeah.
I would
livid.
Too. I mean, and not only that, so not
only calling him a pervert.
Yep, I was about to say that. Not only did Carrabba's look like Gap ad, that's funny. I've never been to Carrabba's. Not only did Betty post a picture of Faith, of Chris's child, but then she goes and stalks down his father, his elderly father, and then posts his shit and calls him a pervert. That could get people hurt.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
Look at Sharon, steak dinner train.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much. My cheap ass would still go to McDonald's. I saw
That's
your
awesome.
comment. You ain't hurting me.
She's gonna get a steak burger.
Steak burger. Him staying calm and cool really infuriated her. That's the best way to get people like her. That's why JLR gets on her nerves. Actually, it was you, Literally Davis. Look what Literally Davis posted one day. I was wondering what JLR was talking about, and then I came across this, and I said, "Oh, the look you
JLR's face.
When you're minding your own business, doing your job, and some psycho hellbent on sharing airspace with you shows up. Look at his face. He's like, what the fuck?" That had to be one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. I mean, it's so true. Look at him. He's like, are you kidding?
I know. That's great.
Oh, Jack, thank you so much.
Choo choo. More steak.
Steak and potatoes now.
Go to Jonathan's.
Big.
Jonathan's.
Jonathan's. Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I don't know if a $20 steak or a $13 steak is going to be good, but
well, I don't know if it's going to feed the hunger of this maniac. I mean,
I wonder if she had someone take her picture in front of the Jonathan sign.
Oh, you know it. You know, she probably.
Isn't Jonathan's like one of those places where you go in and get a tray, like Ponderosa?
I don't know. I've never been there. But what I do know is when Betty got out of bed to go stalk down JLR, it was the first time she brushed her hair in months. I swear to God. Like, I felt bad.
Was it you that said, clean yourself up, or was that Queen? Like, before you click that live button in the morning, brush your hair.
That was me.
Was that you?
Brush your hair, brush your snags, present yourself a little bit.
When you said that, I literally pictured her waking up, right? Sitting up in her bed, immediately manic.
Yes.
Opening that laptop and going live.
And just going.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, go get your yogurt, brush your teeth, brush your hair, get
food.
yourself ready, eat, and then go live.
She sits there and she chomps down on her food, eats the entire time, complaining about nothing and everything, and calls that working for the rosemary. Thank you, cheese. Oh, we got the side sauce.
Oh, yeah.
too.
Choo-choo. We got the whole meal. Can we get some mashed potatoes?
How about something to drink?
The biscuits and the grits.
I'll donate the Coke Zero.
We are telling you that, Chris.
We gotta get the wine in there.
Oh, we need some wine.
Not only that, but when I swear I died when Betty was like, "Is the shower still leaking?" No, because I fixed that pipe, didn't I, Jonathan?
What? She was running around fixing leaky faucets.
She came over all manly with her green workers construction vest on. Like, I'm here to fix your pipe.
She had her tool belt with wrenches in it and shit. What's leaking, Jonathan?
What's leaking, Jonathan?
Oh, got the cheesecake now too.
Oh, you got dessert, Granny.
Baked potatoes and veg and the cheesecake. You guys,
Choo-choo.
thank you.
That's awesome. You got a whole meal.
Really appreciate that. Thank
Look at
you.
Robin's picture.
Oh, wow.
I love our chat.
Are you kidding me? She said maybe buy the kids something.
For $2.
Can we get some chicken tenders for him?
They get the scraps. Scraps. Scraps.
Wait, Kayla. Look at Kayla.
That's gross. Do you like my hair?
Ew. I don't want to think of that.
When she was streaming the other day, I do love me a Dr. Pepper. Thank you, Hakam. Thank you so much. When Betty was streaming the other day, somebody came in and she was like, "Mr. Back Mountain."
What?
Her voice got all masculine.
She said what?
I don't know what she said. It was like a male came in her chat. And she's like, "Mr. Brokeback Mountain." I swear to God, it was so weird.
I need that sound bite.
It's like, I'm like, why did her voice just go so masculine? What was that? Oh boy. Poor JLR.
Ludwig remembers that. He said she got super manly.
What was that? I know you guys remember that because we were all like, what the fuck just happened? Her eyes pulled out and like the most Eileen Warnos way ever. She's like, "Mr. Brokeback Mountain."
I missed that.
Granny J. Smith, we don't know. Betty claims it. JLR does not acknowledge it. Can you blame the man? I don't know. Maybe he hit it and quit it. Maybe he was too friendly, bought dinner one time, and she thought that meant they were married. Who knows with her? She's nuts. So I can't even say if they dated or not. But I don't think that heartbreak came out of nowhere.
Look at that picture, the third row down. Third row, second one in.
This one here?
What the?
That's how the court reporter drew.
Wow, that's the sketch from court.
Wow.
That's what Betty's will look like with the words "JLR" coming out of it.
Mr. Power Socks.
They threatened me.
Oh my God, she's gonna come at me hard. My affair is gonna get really juicy now.
Oh, that's it. She's contacting your husband and everything.
Oh man, well I gotta hop down. Thanks for having me up. It was fun.
Oh, thanks for coming up. Watch
Yeah,
out,
I
she's
was
from
gonna
Skid
hop
Row.
down too.
I don't think you guys realize she's from Skid Row, so protect your neck.
Yeah, for sure. I'm too close for comfort here. She's not too far from me, honestly.
If Betty gets in a car and starts busting out some rap music, we're all in trouble, okay? She's so gangster.
Oh man, thanks for the laughs. You guys have been
Absolutely.
great.
Thank you guys for coming
Vestiges.
up.
Thank you
Oh,
guys.
is that how
for-
you say it?
Is
What's
it
his name?
Is it Vestiges?
It's
I thought it was-
Vestiges.
Oh, what? I've been calling you
Just-
Prestige for like 2 years.
It's okay.
It's like
Everybody says it differently.
she
It's
gave
all
you a
good.
fancy name, hon. She
Vest-
says
Right.
Vestige.
Vestiges?
Just no, keep it Vestige. That's
I
great.
was gonna say Prestige. I'm sorry. I
love
don't know.
It's okay. It's
Look
okay.
how it's spelled. Hold on. Let's show them. Prestige. I can't even pronounce normal words correctly.
I freaking
so
love you.
Forgive me for not knowing
Oh,
that one.
great.
Uh,
Usually
there's a
me.
there's a meaning behind the name, but
What is it? What's Vestiges?
it's a trace of something that's no longer existing.
Oh.
Oh.
So
And how do
it's
we say it again?
vestiges.
Vestiges. I'm gonna think of vegetables and
N-
jizz.
y-
Vestiges.
y-
Vegetables
no,
and jizz. Oh my God.
a lot of people bully me over it and say
Oh.
vegetables. So it's
Well, I
okay.
wouldn't be
But we're
saying
not
used to it.
bullying.
Yeah, not to bully you.
No, I'm
No.
bullying Granny because I think it's funny. She said
I know.
Vestige.
I've been calling them Prestige for years. Hey, Prestige.
That's
Yeah,
Did you ever
awesome.
know I was talking to you? Or you're like, there's a Prestige in the chat?
It's okay.
He just let it go. What a sweetheart.
I
Never corrected me.
yeah. There's no point in a fight about it.
Well, I wasn't doing it to like be mean. I'm just
Oh, I
stupid.
know. No,
Okay.
what I'm
As long
saying
as you know.
I'm saying that it's not worth arguing or fighting about. Hey,
Like
you say
correcting
my
it.
name wrong.
Yeah.
Don't
Right.
do that to me. You know, it's no point in
It's like when
arguing.
people come in and call me Justin for all. Or they call me J is for Justin. And I don't even bother like correcting them.
Jay
Because
is
I
for
know they
Justin.
get confused. Yeah. Because they Justin for all.
Well,
J is
you
for
guys
Justin.
are doing pretty well. I've been called street rat, whore. I mean, I've had a lot of names.
I'm sure I have
Oh.
several out there too.
Jamie's
Audrey
realized
says
they
you
goes
read
by
like
having
me.
street- I read like you.
It's so true. I'm always the one mispronouncing. So that was
Oh, I'm
funny.
not so alone anymore. There's names
No,
in
you're
the
not.
chat. I like give them nicknames. Like, for example, what the Croc is a nickname. Jad is a nickname. Miss L, I can't say her name at all. So I just call her L. I
Right.
don't even know. I just
You
give
you
up.
end up just glancing at the names. You see them so much that you see it the way you see it, and it just comes out.
Well, and in my defense, this does spell like fascist. I wonder where it came from.
Yeah, it's okay.
No,
Well, you know
offense,
what?
but Justin
Granny
is
calls
prettier than
Target
you.
Target too. So
Well, Target is and Goodwill is GW.
and
Never admit
Target,
to the
I
people
agree with
you're
you.
shopping at the thrift shops. We're going to
Too
GW
expensive at
and
Target.
Target.
All right. Well,
And
bye Vestiges, Vestige.
and the other name under mine is my female side.
Oh, Layla Love.
Yeah.
Okay, that's easier for me to pronounce.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
LL.
you. LL.
There's
Something
no-
that's disappearing. I like that. It's a really cool name. It takes Granny's watching out of the water. I don't know
You
how
should
the hell I
tell
came
people
up with that.
Vestiges. Just look it up. Say if they
Yeah.
say it wrong, say look it up. Get a
Vestiges.
dictionary. Webster.
Well, yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Have
Yep.
a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
I'm gonna be hopping down too.
Oh, well, thank you for coming up. And I
Yeah.
do apologize that I've never said your name correctly.
It's no big deal. Just don't call me late for dinner.
That's right. That's right.
Alrighty.
Have a great day. Thank you for
Yep,
coming
you
up.
too. Bye bye.
Let's finish out on Betty hunting down Bauer socks, and then we'll wrap this bad boy up.
Prove it.
I am right here, sir.
Good
Right here,
lady.
sir.
I don't know.
Prove it? Yeah, I did just prove it, asshole.
Look, she's nuts. She's flying after him. He didn't run the red
Better go
light.
through that fucking light.
He didn't run the red light. He went through while it was yellow, and I don't blame him. Thank you so much, Jane. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you all for the super stickers. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. I know we were joking about dinner and all that, but I'll never be like Dolly and say, Grady's got to eat. But Grady's got to eat. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Baker Act Betty. Queen Bella's comment. Let me see. Skid Row Betty. Hold on. All right. Let me play this while we look. And then Jay sent me this. This is supposed to be Seth and Chris.
there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI, and they...
Let me pause this really quick. Check this out. She started at the bottom, now I'm here. Started at the bottom, now the whole fucking team's here. Oh, that's definitely War News. Skid Row bets. That poor girl. That poor woman, man. She's so pathetic.
gave you some...
Look how young they look here. Oh, what's going on here? This is where he meets Betty in the parking lot.
Updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the two flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too.
Hey, Sarah Sars.
And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally... The video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen.
So I'm going to pause right there. It was a small portion of the screen. And I'm also going to pause and ask that you all get the thumbs up because we ain't headed to Skid Row, okay? If the thumbs up are not high enough, Betty is going to haunt all of you. You too will have a bullhorn Betty jump out of the car at you. So hit that thumbs up to protect yourself when you are out in traffic doing your weekly shopping.
Yeah. Not the whole actual screen.
They show us the whole
screen. It was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Well, the cops don't confirm that that was trash. And if the trash company, don't they have to pick up on both sides? I'm a little confused.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff.
Isn't it weird how this man smirks? Don't ever forget when he was on Dolly's and he said, y'all not asking the right questions. What does that mean? What did that mean when he said, no one's asking the right questions?
Stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, in the black abyss. Yeah. Was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
Yep.
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
So right there, Seth is telling all of you, Nicole, I fixed the cat for you. Seth is telling all of you right here that this is a recording of a screen. So any so-called audio does not exist.
Really?
Yes.
So, okay, so it was a cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big...
Isn't he being weird, guys? Put a 1 in the chat. Does he seem like he's being weird to you? Damn, my cat's hitting the TV. I gotta fix her. He's being a little odd here, isn't he? Is it just me? Is he a little too, like, smiley, smirky? Like, there's something fucking weird here. It's just weird.
Really?
I'm glad you guys have seen it. It feels
so, okay,
weird.
so it was a cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I mean, I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning.
Jay, do you know when this interview was? People are asking when this was. I don't even recall this one. He is weird. You're right, but it feels really weird. Something's odd here.
Morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the 30 run
a crop.
Yeah.
Full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So, okay, so it was a cropped segment or a cropped section of a very big picture.
No, I don't think
I've
it's
seen
that
some
one.
people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had, stayed 311 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
it stayed 311 for 15 minutes. So was the timer broken or not? All right, so Jay doesn't know exactly when he said this, but she put the video together May 6th. So sometime around that time, I would imagine. Jay's usually very quick at grabbing these things and making these videos. So somewhere around May 6th.
So broke equipment.
So it was broken.
There
Okay.
goes the shoulder
So it
again.
stayed at 311 for the.
Why is he smirking about the footage being broken? There's something fucking weird here.
Equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 311 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense.
What reactivated Seth Rogers' shoulder injury? What reactivated that? 1 month. 1 month. He's grinning. He's smirking. What happened to Seth that made his shoulder injury become such a bad injury again?
More like 5 or so, right?
Facts, Hakab.
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Oh, we will, Lee.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean,
for clickbait. Isn't it funny how he's already learned the internet social media lingo, but he claims he's never had social media? And here's the other thing. Did you guys know that Seth Rogers bought a new truck? Now, you tell me, if we found out right now that Chris and Katie bought new vehicles, people wouldn't be live screaming how weird that is? Confirm the time was wrong in the garbage truck video. I think, yeah, I agree with that. But there's just something weird, the fact that he's saying it was wrong for 15 minutes. Right, Nick Barris did it for clickbait. He's the only one who has not clickbait this. We seen the only footage of him searching, and he didn't fall. He didn't fall. It is weird. It's weird here.
I see.
This is Jay's video.
So then,
he wanted people to log in, to follow. And
I'm going to pause. I'm going to stop for a second and tell you all again. This is Jay's video. I dropped the link. Make sure when we're done watching it, you go over and you give it a view and give it a thumbs up to give her the credit. He does discredit. He discredits everyone, legit or not. He discredits everyone. Everybody sucks and he is the best.
And
right.
if he's watching this,
so then,
all right, let me see.
I see. Okay. So then,
he wanted people to log in, to follow. And
right.
if he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see.
Whose phone call?
No, I get that. I see.
Did it for clickbait. I mean,
I see. Okay. So then,
he wanted people to log in, to follow. And
right.
if he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Who? He wanted people to click in to follow. If he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls. Who? Nick Barris?
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
He loves the drama.
I can understand getting upset about that. For sure.
He loves the drama.
I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black or was there movement elsewhere?
JLR fell out with him. Right, it could be anybody because everybody sucks and he's the best. Right, I agree. Oh, I missed a super sticker, Kels. I'm so sorry. Where did that go? I was on the other screen. I'm so sorry I missed that. Thank you so much. I'm scrolling back, but I don't see it. Damn it. I'm so sorry. Maybe it's over here. Starred. There it is. Thank you so much, Kels. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't see that sooner. All right.
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road
Bullseyed, retired. Bullseyed to retired EMT. You know it. You know it. Every time somebody gets close, Seth Rogers makes a distraction or kicks them off the team. Oh, Jay, thank you. Thank you. According to some, I don't feed my kids, so I appreciate you helping me feed my kids.
So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, today. You could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road.
What?
There's
no cars. There's cars everywhere. Thank you, Miss Liverbird. Thank you. I am going to ignore them. They can't say my kids don't eat. They're eating right here. You see it on the screen. They'll be happy.
No movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it. Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned it on and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. Right, as soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street.
What?
It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Now, you went there, you checked out this video, the full scope of this video. What we saw as regular people, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding Sebastian. The footage that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right-hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes, sir.
You saw day and night. What else was being said
day and night
or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
What?
Oh, Hoover calls later on. Steph says he couldn't say if it was Sebastian or not because the footage wasn't clear. But here he's telling you can literally see Katie and Sebastian getting into the car. Early on, he says you can see them getting into the car. But later, he now denies that he could even tell if it was his son or not. Oh my goodness, this dude.
Was Chris Proudfoot there?
No.
In the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
You heard it. Yep.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis.
Not much, Harry.
But when you saw them leaving, were they with anybody? Were they alone? Just the two?
So he just confirmed right there that Chris was definitely in Memphis. So why are people still questioning his whereabouts?
Two of them going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, money.
Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside Texas Roadhouse? No.
Oh, about the trash video. Okay, so that was the trash video he said was blurry. But how come when they asked him, they said, didn't you see a video of proof of life? He said no. That it was that you couldn't see. Why didn't he say, yes, I saw my son come out of Texas Roadhouse? Oh, okay. Thank you, Audacity. Thank you so much. So it was the March 29th. Thank you.
They just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got.
So, okay. So remember he was on dollies and he was being all giddy and he was being all weird and he was saying you guys aren't asking the right questions. And that's when he said he believes that his son's in a homeless encampment. But like Jay just pointed out, what does that mean? It's not up to date.
Yesterday, I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current. It's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
Text.
What? Does Seth know who took Sebastian? Was Seth expecting an Easter miracle with all those funds from the donation he received and something went wrong? I'm just saying, because there's something weird here.
Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother. Was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
On the screen.
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI?
The only time I've seen Seth cry, Gary, is after he does something or says something really stupid. Something ain't right here.
Before the TBI meeting.
Why you gotta do their faces like that, Jay?
It's been a couple weeks.
A couple weeks. You haven't spoken in...
It's been a couple weeks. Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think.
I thought Chris never searched for Sebastian. I thought Chris never gave a shit to search for Sebastian. But here is Seth Rogers himself telling all of you that Chris did search with him. So everybody who says Chris never searched a day in his life for Sebastian, right here, we're going to say this is a lie. One interview, he says he first found out Sebastian was missing by a phone call from Chris. Another, he says, a podcast. Really? I've always heard him say a text message.
And after that...
Oh, Lucia, good point.
No. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
What was that like?
They're not where you're at, which is what? A fucking parking lot, a gas station? They're not where you're at, which is what? YouTube panels? And for those who are unaware, the Proudfoots have absolutely put up billboards. They've handed out flyers. They weren't ripping flyers down.
How was the interaction? How was the search?
I'm putting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't. It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay.
Wow, great video, Jay. Great video. Here's that video again. That's well done. That's first I've ever heard that Chris and Seth went searching together. Has anybody in our chat ever heard that before? This is the first I ever heard it. There's something weird with all of them. I'm telling you. I think there's something weird with Chris and Seth together. Chris and Seth went searching together. I don't know. Something's weird here. But holy hell, we are going on over 4 hours. That was fun. It was nice to have some laughs. It was nice to have some company come up. Thank you so much. Thank you to Jay, and let me see if I get it right. Fijiz for coming up. I really appreciate it. I hope I said your name correctly. You have? I haven't. It was very, very enlightening. This was a good stream. I appreciate you all being here. One thing I know for sure is the those who work for Seth Rogers are trying to throw us off, and we're not falling for it no more. I'm not falling for it. Nope. I'm still going to talk about what I talk about when I talk about it. You guys can talk about me, whatever you want, but we are still going to do this thing. You're not going to stop us. It was informational. It was. It's good to see you, Lynn Love. Thank you, Cheese. I appreciate you all being. I know. 4 hours late, Music City Mom. I thought you were in here earlier. BK is having a hearing today. I wonder if we'll get an actual date for the trial. No, I did not know that. Oh, yeah, and Queen came up earlier. That was nice. Thank you, Queen, for coming up. I appreciate all of you who've let me do my little venting. It's easier said than done, but I'm working on it. And I'm telling you, we're going forward from here up. I'm not falling for it. I think they've shown themselves enough. And I think by now, those who know. Those who want to see the truth. And those who want to paint me as the bad guy, do so. Whatever you need to do to get by and make yourself feel better for what you do. Thank you, Miss L. I appreciate you and adore you too. Thank you. What's unhinged? I'm sorry. I think it's unhinged to imply that I'm working for the Proudfoots. I think that's what's unhinged. So, I don't know. I don't know what you think is unhinged, but thank you, Queen Bella. Thank you, Zane. Thank you, Crimes Have Consequences. All right. I'm still waiting to hear back on the Karen retrial. It is reality. This is absolutely reality. I know. I wish they were. We'd be having a lot more steak dinners. You're so right, Majestic. You're so right. We need Sebastian to be found. That's it. Right, Angelica? They miss me on the payroll. But seriously, I really do appreciate all of you more than you know. I appreciate you being here. If you haven't, please hit the thumbs up on the way out. And let's remember, this all comes down to Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old child. It's been far too long. We are 4 months and 1 day in with zero answers pertaining to this child. And it doesn't seem like any parents are searching at this current time. There's something wrong with that. Hopefully TBI or LE come out soon and let us know something. We need an update. The last thing we need is for Sebastian's case to go cold. That's the last thing we need. Thank you, Roro. Thank you. All right, Mike has meowing at me. It is time to go. I hope you all have a great day, and I'll see you back here tomorrow. On February 26, 2024, an Amber Alert went out for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian is white, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to return safely without assistance. If you have seen Sebastian or have information regarding his whereabouts, please contact the Sumner County Emergency Center or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. Let's take this moment to pray for Sebastian's safe return.